Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you, Diane? Good morning. Diane, I did not number it. I sent you an email with two picks, but I just sent you an email with one pick. It's one pick. It's an RFK, HHS, if you could find that one. Because, Diane, I had nothing. I had nothing this morning. I was drawing a blank. Really, good morning. I was like, I don't know, like, what am I going to do today? It's like Pinky in the Brain. What are we going to do? Take over the world? Give me number 8, Diane. Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Tracking asteroid that could hit the Earth in 2032. That's all I had this morning. Really, that was it. Track an asteroid. That's all I got. That's it. Show's over. Mañana. See you Monday. Diane, do you have that HHS? Do you have that? If you do, look at that, folks. Look at that. Look at there. Look at there. Oh, by the way, leave that there a second. I am your host, BKP. And you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Is it real or is it Memorex? For you kids out there, you'll just have to Google that. Is it real or is it Memorex? Let me just say this. Let's start. I had nothing. I was waiting for an asteroid to hit the Earth. That is what I have to tell you. That is what the left is like hoping for next. On their list is like, they're like, what do we do now? I don't know. Maybe an asteroid could hit us. I'm serious. Or, let me tell you, or the bird flu, right? What could stop Trump now? A worldwide pandemic. What could bring things to a screeching halt? So anyhow, before we get into that, see, Secretary HHS, everything right now with all Pam Bondi over at the DOJ, things are moving. Tulsi Gabbard, knowing this morning that Tulsi Gabbard is actually going to be the one go in and brief Donald J. Trump on national intelligence and all of our options around the world. It's a great feeling. It's a great Friday, right? But here you go. This is interesting to me, and let me tell you why. I thought there would never be a day in my life that I would consider coming even this close to voting for Kennedy. I'm serious. Okay, so JFK, RFK, they were assassinated right there the year I was born. We'll leave it at that. Oh, whoa, I just gave away the farm, the ranch. But anyhow, right? So, and Ted, let's not waste good show time on Friday because I'm in a great mood, right? But as you all know, make America healthy again. Now, Trump signed a an executive order creating a committee, right? So let's go with, no, stay with that just for a minute. So if you go to, I as you can see, I'm following, All right. I recommend this morning you go to hhs.gov and start following. And what I'm excited about this morning is, you see, it says Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And I have to tell you, pinch myself, because don't you go pinching on me. Anyhow, because I never thought. I never thought. So when Kennedy started running for office, remember this. If you're new to the show, I always say that because we have new viewers every day. Welcome. When Kennedy was running for office and our sources started coming through that Kennedy was going to get out of the Democrat Party and run as an independent, most of you know I went to Atlanta to see the guy. I went down there. He was going to be in Atlanta. I wanted to see who shows up for this guy, who is interested in what he has to say. What is this, health, getting America all healthy going to mean? Blah, blah, blah. So I go down there and the room was full, every seat. I think they might have put out 200 chairs, maybe more, but the place was full, maybe more than that. And I listened to the guy from about the third row back for an hour. I've always supported Donald J. Trump. I don't want to mess this up, all right? I don't want the one person that's going to attack me and go, aha, right? So I left there that day and I paused for a second and I said, could I vote for that guy? Okay, he was very bold about the CIA basically killing his uncle, very bold about the deep state, very bold that he would be, now at this time, he's a presidential candidate, very bold. He was the only one the voter could trust to truly take down the deep state. And he was going to take on Big Pharma, and he's going to take on Big Pharma. And wow, the FDA and CDC. So I left there that day. Could I vote for this guy? And there was an ounce of, I could possibly. And then there's the other things as President of the United States of America. Nah, I can't sign on. Now, I did call a couple people and say, I could vote for this guy just to get reaction. Some people don't like when I do that, but I'll do things like that. Like, hey, I went over and said, I could probably vote for him. Oh my God, just to get reaction. Now, let's go with this right here. So this morning, he is Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Make America Healthy Again, hhs.gov. Now, I've been waiting. Look at this, hhs.gov. Welcome, Secretary Kennedy. We stand ready to support you in your mission to return healthy agencies to their rich tradition of gold standard, evidence-based science, and make America healthy again. Thank you, President Trump. As a boy, I sat in the Oval Office. So this is a historic day. Yesterday was a historic day. Tomorrow's Saturday, for sure. Tomorrow will be an historic day. I was thinking this week, it's Friday, right? I was thinking this week, we are going to have to, here's my feeling with our children, right? We're going to have to teach our children American history. Hopefully, actually teach it again the way it should be. We're going to have to teach our kids again American history. We're going to have to teach accurate history about slavery. I say it that. Accurate history about coming to this country. Accurate history. I'm good with that. But then we're going to have a course for our children on the period of time Donald Trump influenced this country and set a new direction. They say, you get upset. Some people will say, Diane, give me number 59. Some people will say, Mount Rushmore, right? Mount Rushmore. Now, out there. Oh, by the way, I'm BKP. You're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day. All right. Good morning, Diane. There you go. We got all that out of the way. I am a Reagan Republican. You know that. And I've had people say, oh my God, Mount Rushmore. I will have to say, I am first and foremost a Reagan Republican. I am. We'll get into that on a different day. And when people first started talking about Trump and possibly being on Mount Rushmore, I paused. I've always supported the president. You know that. But I paused for a minute. You just can't go throwing a chisel in anybody's hand and say, hey, chisel me out a president, on the mountain. Can't do that. As of today, I think we should get the chiselers, and I don't mean the corrupt people as multiple meeting, but I think we should get some chisels started now. Our kids will have to do a complete history course in America on Make America Great Again and the influence on America and the turn of what they call the Great Experiment, America, Donald J. Trump. They're going to have to. Now, moving right along, RFK. Hi, how are you today? I'm all worked up with this RFK Jr. thing because I went immediately, and Diane, I know she did also. We both did. We started doing the study. Like, we started looking, okay, could we support this guy? Is he real? Will he do the things? RFK Jr. reveals his top priority as Trump's health chief that's sure to shake up the nation. Everything that'll shake up the nation has me on the edge of my seat waiting, anticipation. Oh, that would be the ketchup commercial, right? Anticipation. I know you didn't like that. So number 60, right? I always do something that people say, please don't do that again. Here you go. Number 60, Kennedy will now oversee 13 divisions and agencies, including the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the National Institute of Health. I'm choked up. I swear I am today. Hey, look, I do have a little fear. I know some people nervous about the Little Debbie cakes. There may be a run on Little Debbie cakes because those preservatives, you can buy those cakes, put them in the closet, and take them out in 12 years. And they're just as fresh as the first day they were made. Oh, I'm having too much fun. All right. Because I know this is blowing people up. This is not only blowing up the deep state, this is blowing up Republicans. Republicans cannot handle this. They can't. They pretend. All right. So RFK, HHS, and I sent you a couple other graphics. We'll get to those later. But go follow HHS because I'm wondering, you want to make a gentleman's bet? You want to make a little bet? How many people will RFK fire today? I mean, I'm serious. How many people will they fire today? How many things will get closed down today? Number 14, and where I want to see this weekend, RFK Jr. I want to see this weekend because remember, CNN has actually had to acknowledge Callie and Casey means. We talked about that over and over. The two people in the middle, the lady that is achieving a degree and her brother in the light blue jacket, you're looking at the two people that will hold a top spots over at HHS. Those will be some of the major decision makers in this country. So your cereal will immediately change. Things are going to change for the better. Now, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous. Just say I'm a little nervous. But look, I wouldn't mind if they'd go back to the original McDonald's fries with a nice shake of salt. So take that down. All right, I think it's worthy. Let's play, or we're going to get to it in a minute. We're going to get to Zelensky begging to spare his life. Now, Europe is telling Zelensky, we got your back, in a false narrative, and he feels like he's been given a new lease on life, but that's not true. He is still begging. We'll get into that in a minute. The war is over in Russia. A war that should have never started. A war that would not have started if an election would not have been rigged. We'll get into that momentarily. Well, we got a lot. RFK, here is his statement yesterday about after getting sworn in. Video 4, Diane.
For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. And he gave me he's now given me, he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump, that I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure, that you are going to transform this country at a time when we see all of the indicia of democracy now in tatters in our country. We see the rise of the military-industrial complex, the rise of totalitarianism, these attacks on our Constitution, and this breathtaking epidemic that is disabling our people. President Trump has promised to restore the American dream in this country. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person only has one. 60% of our population has only one dream, that they get better. President Trump has promised that he's going to restore America's strength.
You know, we could line up the people all day long that will, quote, say, President Trump has kept his word to me. And RFK Jr., a handshake, children's chronic diseases. So it's a great day. Yesterday was a great day in America. The day before was a great day in America. Now, what they want to lead you to believe is tariffs. And I did. I went into the grocery store yesterday. I had to pick up a couple items. And I went over to the egg shelf. And I wanted to look. You know, I could get in my local area, I could get the cheapest egg for $5 something a dozen. And then there were the eggs that are up to 8+, and I get that. And there's the people out there that are upset over tariffs. They want to put you into total fear that these tariffs, okay, and inflation. Now, remember something. Inflation in the Biden administration, and that's the nicest way we could put it, calling Biden his administration. Inflation in the Biden administration was due to the printing, the nonstop printing of money, and it pouring down the streets. That is the inflation that was caused by spending. All right. Now, oh, excuse me. Boy, I don't know what happened there. But that was the inflation caused by spending and printing money. What they are calling inflation, price increases, and okay, I'm not gonna dodge the word inflation, but what they're calling inflation, price increases, are actual results and adjustments in our country that we have no choice but to do. Reality, okay? We'll go back to the 70s, and Trump knows this, we shipped our jobs all over the world. We shipped our jobs all over the world. We shipped them with Bill Clinton and George H. Bush and so forth. We shipped their jobs to Mexico. We shipped and shifted to Canada. We shifted and started purchasing. We shifted and started building factories over in China and other places in the world. And the entire world dumped, I don't mean sent, dumped their products on us. Okay? I mean, we lost our auto manufacturing, and I'm of the age to remember the first Honda Civic that was imported into this country. And as my dad would call them, Toyotas, right? I remember when Toyotas showed up, right? I remember when Honda Civics showed up in this country. So we created and allowed the world to crap on us and send products, no tariffs, just send them in here. And we're not able to compete. Now, what they'll want you to believe, and I get this. I mean, I study the unions. If you go back to the coal mine unions, United Mine Workers, right? If you go back to the beginning of the coal mines and the unions, there was a time when the company said if the mine blew up, save the mule. Mules were harder to replace than the men. And this is true. That's we were trying to say, hey, we need to change some things. We really don't need 8-year-olds in the mines. We really don't need, we need some safety. So if the mine blows up, the first thing is not save the mule. That's all true. So there was a day that we wanted better conditions, and we won't go into a union argument. And I'm not a pro-union activist in any way whatsoever. But we know that in the 70s, we shipped all the jobs all over the world. Now, here's the end all, and I won't spend too much time. We'll get back into it with the tariffs and Trump. Our products are not on the shelves around the world. They're not. Our products are not in Europe. Now, they will tell you that our trade, right? We'll talk about trade deficit, but our trade around the world and how much we export. But our products that are on the shelf around the world are more expensive than most products because there's tariffs. And most countries, you can't find our products. And there's no real balance. I'm a free market capitalist in America, not the world. All right. Many out there may have a much different economic view, but I'm a free market capitalist in America. So if I'm a manufacturer in Georgia and I'm manufacturing widget A, and you're a manufacturer in Alabama and you're manufacturing widget A, there should be zero tariffs across any state lines that would cause my product to be more than yours. So I'm a free market. May the best product win on our shelves. But when it comes in from China and the steel is dumped here, just totally dumped here, and we have to go somewhere else to have our metal and our doors for our cars and our cars manufactured for cheaper products and then send into this country for free, and then we yell about the American worker, right? We created that. And Donald Trump has to correct it. He has to. So when he says it might be a little pain, if you love this country, you'll understand it has to be corrected now. All right. I went way too long on that. And please send me your differences of opinion. So this morning, there's a couple things we're going to be doing. It's 8:27. Diane, can you get just keep firing those people? Can you get your graphic for Saturday? I want to make sure that all day today we highlight that in every segment. There's an event, Truth in Education, because Truth in Education, they're having an event in Ellijay this weekend, and Diane has put together a graphic for it. Just whenever she comes to it, I don't tell her in advance, like, oh, why didn't you tell me you were going to do this? So every once in a while she does that, like, sure. February 15th, 9 a.m., Truth in Education. This is very important. This is part of Make America Great Again. And this is part of Make Your Children Healthy Again. It's very important. So if you would attend that. Now, yesterday I did a segment, and we'll talk about that. I'm waiting for people. Give me number 74. I'd like to get this one framed. I want to find this pic, and I want to get this framed. I actually want to get this framed and put on my wall. I want this one. I think. Now I like the Rat Pack. If you ever look at I like the Rat Pack. But I actually think what I want to do is I want to get this one framed right here and put right there. I think I do. That's how I feel this morning. Let's see how I feel tomorrow. In Georgia, we have to get message to President Trump. We need some help in Georgia. Let me tell you what I'm saying on that. We're going backwards. Now, at 10 o'clock, right? Oh, Diane, I told somebody I was going to have them on at 9:30. Ooh, I think I made a mistake. I'm going to text them and see if they can move to 10:30. I don't know what I was thinking. But anyhow, we'll do it at 9:30 if we have to. But yesterday, during the Georgia Hour, number 90, we're going backwards in Georgia. We need help from the President of the United States. Seriously. Seriously, we need help from Donald J. Trump. When I say no one, I know it's that wide, no one, but no one in Georgia can be trusted when it comes to actually repairing our election system in Georgia. Bottom line, no one. We don't have anyone. Now, SB 189 last year that we worked on in Georgia would remove the QR codes. But Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, made a presentation to the Senate Budget Committee yesterday saying, or day before yesterday, saying, I could save you $66 million Why do we have to take the QR code off? We just had the most amazing election in the world. I mean, we can't get things implemented in Georgia, and we're going backwards. And our lieutenant governor is not pushing back. Our Speaker of the House is not pushing back. Our governor is not pushing back. I mean, bottom line. Let me play this, and then we're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back. Give me video 10, Diane.
Putin, do you squeeze him to get him to the table? I mean, how do you...
It would have, look, I say it all the time, this would have never happened if I were president. If the election weren't rigged, this would have never happened. And let's see whether or not Fox lets you put that in, okay? If the election weren't rigged, do you hear me, rigged? Let's see, I mean, this would have never happened. It wouldn't happen with Putin, and October 7th would have never happened either.
If the election wasn't rigged, let's see if they put that in, rigged, it would have never happened. And where did the rigging take place? Well, all across the country, but we have to raise our hand right here in Georgia of being the leaders. If anyone knows out there how to rig an election, that would be us, Georgia. Well, I do love the place. I do love the place, but oh my God. All right, let's take a break. We will come back momentarily and talk about those tariffs and the fear Zelensky lives in today, praying he lives till tomorrow. Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender. We take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
You know me, I'm dealing with the I shouldn't say this moment. You know that. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Many of you were having the conversation concerning Hondas getting dumped in this country and memory of when they came in. Yes, we won't take up no time. We're going to just move along, but I do remember the gas crunch. I do remember the 70s. I remember when they used to tell you don't buy a American-made car on a Friday or a Monday. You know, you were told not to buy one on a Friday or a Monday if it was manufactured. Not to buy an American car if it was manufactured on a Monday or a Friday. Yes, we did have a lot of problems in our manufacturing, and we were producing vehicles that got 4 to 6 to 7 miles a gallon. An American-made car, 1978, whatever, American-made car at 11 miles a gallon was enormous, or a lot. So Honda, at an opportune time with Jimmy Carter and others, dumped in these cheap little boxes that got over 50 miles per gallon. I'll get it correct in a minute. So I get that. You know, let me just tell you something. I come from a generation, you know, I shouldn't say this, but I come from a generation where the greatest party was a Pontiac Bonneville that comfortably seat 12 where everybody could hang out. Just saying. Just saying. All right. So moving right along. I don't know if you know anything about that. So I used to love when my cousin came into town. My cousin, I'm not going into great detail, but my cousin would come into town when he was on leave. We'll put it like that. All right. And he had a Pontiac Bonneville. This thing was a boat. This thing was a boat. And he wouldn't text me because we didn't have text. But he would come into town almost unannounced. Here he come up the driveway. I hadn't seen him for 3 years or whatever. Call all your friends. Let's go pick them up. I'm just saying. All right, moving right along. Now, this week, in the past 2 or 3 weeks, and to Fox's credit, they have shared some, but not once on CNN, not once that I'm aware of on an NBC, ABC, not once have they run any stories and a positive of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's being found. Now, I had a montage. Where's it at? Let's see where it's at. Yeah, give me video 7.
Government has wasted nearly $3 trillion in taxpayer money
nearly
since
$170 billion in improper payments last year.
$247 billion.
Billions blown on improper payments.
Made to people that should not have received them.
Overpayments, payments to the wrong recipients.
Dead people received more than $530 million last year in pension payments. Medicare paying $47 billion.
Hundreds of billions of dollars.
Medicaid improperly issuing $81 billion.
$644 million was fraud.
And $764 billion under 3 years of the Biden administration. These improper payments have piled up to a total of $2.8 trillion.
$20 billion per month, or enough to pay for 5 years of U.S. foreign aid to all countries.
For every man, woman, and child across the country, it was $850.
Who is receiving these payments? Well, in some instances, dead people.
Now, what you will notice, none of the networks, and to Fox's credit, they've reported it, but none of the networks, not a one. Now, CNN is hateful. Caitlin Collins is hateful. None of the networks, right? All of them are just losing their mind about Elon Musk being an unelected. And I guess what I picked up, their ratings are in the tank. But I guess there is a market for the "we hate Trump." There's a market for the "we hate Trump," and I think CNN and MSNBC, they may be saying we've got to cater to that. We're going to cater to the market of hating Donald Trump. Now, yesterday I really enjoyed this. I really enjoyed Trump talking to Caitlin Collins on, you hate CNN. This is why your ratings are in the tank. Now, instead of helping us find waste, fraud, and abuse in this country, number 47, because it's the bottom line is we're going to stop them from stealing from us. And when I say they, what they know is the collapse of the bureaucratic state, deep state, the collapse now with RFK in there, now with Tulsi Gabbard, now with Pam Bondi. Kash Patel did move out. He did move out of Senate committee confirmation. So Kash Patel should be at the FBI maybe Tuesday. Now, they'll probably take the 30 hours of debate. Hold on there, Diane. I didn't intend to do that one right now, but let's go with that one. Give me number 16. Let's go with that one. So Kash Patel is one step closer. I think it was 12-10, but the committee voted down Republican line to move him out. Now, what will happen, as you know by now, is he will go to it'll go to the floor for debate. Democrats will probably use the 30 hours of debate for fundraising. They'll stand up there for 30 hours. They'll all take turns. They'll put these big charts and graphs up there of tweets and things he has said in the past, and then they will send them out for fundraising, and they know that's all it's good for. But it'll go to debate, and then they vote for cloture to close it, and then they vote. I'm going to say Tuesday or Wednesday. All right. And instead of wanting to end bureaucracy, wanting to clean up this government bloated waste. See, there's a difference. When I said earlier, there's a difference in printing money and expanding bureaucracy and what kind of inflation that causes. And there's a difference in having a real economy. You do realize the closest we came to having a real economy was Donald Trump last administration. And what I mean by a real economy where the economic engine is turned by the private sector, you and I, manufacturing, true jobs. I manufacture this, you buy it. When you buy it, you have money, you manufacture this, you buy it. A true economy turning and creating wealth. Not the government. The government cannot create wealth. You got it? The government cannot create wealth. The government cannot create an economy. The government cannot reduce inflation by spending. You can't do it. You can't spend enough, as they say, to bring the bottom up and the middle out and crush the entrepreneurs of the country. You can't do it. It won't work. So every single part that Trump is putting in place is efforts to create a real economy and make the corrections. Every single thing. And they know that. They know once Trump gets all this in place, wait for them to pass that tax break. When they pass that tax break, you wait. Now, there's a lot of people on the sideline with money. There's a lot of people waiting to make some decisions because they don't know if the tax is going to expire. You do realize the tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts are set to expire. So we're sitting on the edge of what, about a 40% tax increase versus corporate going from 21 to 15. That tax plan goes through, the Trump tax plan, and then tariffs, that's scaring the world. Our media does not tell you the truth about anything. Got to remember something. They don't pick this to tell the truth, this to lie about, this to tell the truth. We see with USAID. Our media is funded by the government. We know that the Mockingbird media, CIA, we know they've been funded for years. We know they carry the narrative laid out. I said this yesterday. I don't want to go backwards, but I said it yesterday. They are freaking out because they're not part of writing the daily script in the Obama administration. I mean, the Obama administration did not care about legislature. They didn't care about the courts. They went this way, and the media followed and presented every single day, the media helped write the narrative for them every day. And they're freaking out because they can't. They're all going. Let me say this, okay? Where's my video 5? We'll get back to Cash Patel in a minute. Not that I get sidetracked.
And this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his...
He's a friend of
today?
CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes, please.
You have no credibility. Nobody's watching you anymore. I mean, you have no credibility. Exactly. They have none. They were carrying the narrative, and we know that is proven. Okay? So I like this one. Let me just go ahead and throw this in a mix of video. I love when he tells, hey, no one's speaking to you. Video 3.
Mr. President, you won the White House in part because of high inflation. If your tariffs make prices go up...
Excuse me, we haven't asked you to speak yet, please. Right?
Excuse me. We haven't asked you to speak. Shut the hell up. Who asked you to speak? Huh?
We need that on loop.
Do you want that on loop? I like that one, Diane. We can Diane's throw that one on loop. We didn't ask you to speak. I love that one. Excuse me? Shut the hell up. We didn't ask you to speak. Who asked you to say anything? So here's the thing, okay? So we know that. Go back with Kash Patel. Let me try to keep my train of thought. Diane's already criticized my train of thought once this week. Okay. So Kash Patel, he is one step closer of being FBI director. I mean, every day. So as we said, I'm looking at about Wednesday for a vote on Kash Patel. And wow, all hell's going to break loose. Now, Diane, give me number 15. Let's give a shout out to the Brooks Rollins, Brooke, no S, Brooke Rollins, confirmed as USDA chief. Congratulations to her. Diane, I don't know. I like that Kennedy Trump picture I was talking about, but we're probably about a week away of having a cabinet picture. That would be nice. I think we're going to have a cabinet meeting soon, and there's going to be a release of a real nice cabinet picture. I might want that one. All right. I might want that one and that one. I got blank spots over here. All right. So, number 19, this is all they have. They've got nothing else. I mean, they've got Mitch McConnell. You got to watch. No, you don't. Don't watch these people. They've got Mitch McConnell. Kennedy sworn in as Health and Human Services Secretary. 52 Republicans, 47 nays on the Democrats, and 1 Republican nay. Mitch McConnell. And they asked Trump, well, he had polio. I don't know. Do you have polio? I don't know. They freak out. I don't know. Do you have polio? I mean, Mitch McConnell, this thing is over. He is done. This is what you have? You have Mitch McConnell? I'm serious. That's why I'm sitting there this morning and I'm watching and like this. So this is what you have, Mitch McConnell. All right. So Eric Adams, we're going to take a break here. Eric Adams, they're losing their number 4 over Eric Adams. Well, you figure out what they're losing, right? The mayor of New York, he sat down yesterday with Tom Holman. Where's that at? I had it here a minute ago, Diane. I had it. Here you go. Number 23, and then go to 22. We'll go with that. 22, Tom Holman. And so he sat down yesterday with Tom Holman, the border czar, and that border is locked, shut, closed. They are losing it because several attorneys that worked on federal attorneys that worked on at the DOJ the Eric Adams case resigned yesterday because they feel there was a quid pro quo. All right. So they're spazzing over that. Diane, I think this would be a good one. I watched this morning, and he is a friend of the show for years. Number 58, Veterans Affairs Secretary unleashes on mainstream media and their lies in a brutal video. Donald Trump's Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins smashed the mainstream media for lying about some of his plans to help those who serve the nation in combat. Are you shocked? More media lies? But let's listen to video 8. Congress, I will probably always call him Congressman Collins, Secretary Collins, before we go to break. Video 8.
Hey everybody, it's Doug again. I can't believe it. I've been here about a week. And you know the one thing that hadn't changed about DC? It's the media up here that like to tell you stuff that they want you to believe. I'm going to give you a breakdown. This is how it happens in the media up here. They take a possibility and then they run with a story because they want you to believe it because they got to write something. And frankly, they don't know what to write because right now President Trump is making progress and this administration is doing what it said, making promises and keeping them. But let me tell you one that's right now. There's a one that's going around in the media right now about veterans benefits being cut. I'm the Secretary of VA. I'm going to tell you right now, that's not happening. They can do hypotheticals all they want. I'm telling you about reality. Reality is veterans benefits aren't getting cut. In fact, we're actually giving and improving services in our Veteran Benefits Administration. They're actually clearing cases quicker. We're doing what we're supposed to be doing. There's also this rumor out there that Doge is out there, is this infamous thing that's going to take personal information and do that. I'm telling you what, we've got Doge representatives here that are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And that is looking at our contracts, making sure that we have the best run facility for efficiency to make sure who? The veteran gets the care they need. I'm happy to partner with them to find things that we need to get rid of so that we can put the money where it belongs. You know where that is? Back with our veteran. President Trump's hit the ground running. We've hit the ground running. And like I'm saying, if you want to come for the real truth, come to see me.
Now, Secretary Collins has Doge in there and welcomes them. And he said, what? Doge is going through the contracts out there that we have. And what we're looking for, this is what I don't want to say perplexes me. God knows I don't want to go through life perplexed. But this is what, right? I mean, if Veterans Affairs and Doge can go in there and find $50 million of fraudulent waste, abuse, and contracts that are going just out the window, and that revenue can be turned in to taking care of our veterans, turned into mental health care for veterans that are sleeping on the damn street in tents all across this country. It's out there. Veterans that have come home and they got problems. I mean, you know, Elizabeth Warren, I despise these people, and I'm very cautious because, you know, I told people, God didn't give us the ability. Well, God didn't give us the right to hate. He didn't. I mean, we don't walk around with that right. We don't have the right to hate. Okay. But we have the right to anger, and that's biblical. That's biblical. We have the right to anger. How we handle it is a different thing. All right. And I have to just pull myself back of despising some people to levels that are just, I call them dangerous, personally dangerous to me, of people like Elizabeth Warren and AOC and Ilhan Omar and the bald-headed black lady from Massachusetts. The list goes on. Because they would let anything come across the border while allowing our veterans to sleep on the street. allowing our veterans to sleep on the street. And that angers me. I have to tell you, I told you this. I'm very sincere. When this guy right here got appointed to the VA, it was an emotional day for me. Not just I know this is my former congressman, and not that I know him and I know his family and his children and his wife. None of that. Is I know he welcomes Doge in there, and Doge is looking for going through their contracts and everything. Not one positive word about Doge cutting out all of this garbage that is being stolen from you. Anyhow, thank you, Congressman Collins. That meant a lot to me, and I think that really summed up that the president is keeping his word. They're not cutting the benefits to our veterans. And if Doge can find waste, it could be applied to mental health, as we talk, for our veterans, and homelessness for our veterans, among medical care for our veterans, first and foremost. So we'll take a break. I knew that one was going to get me wound up. How about this one, Diane? I keep saying I'm going to take a break, but how about this one, number 56? You can't stop it. And the hate and anger over there. EPA boss, this is Lee Zeldin, right? Lee Zeldin. EPA boss exposes eye-popping $20 billion wasted by the Biden administration in final days. Now, what they did is they took $20 billion of climate-related funds and washed them through the Biden administration through a bank. All right. Let's go ahead. I'm not going to do everything. Let's go ahead with 57. Now, I told you this. You know this. We talked about this. So Biden passed all this legislation. Oh, this bipartisan legislation. It was bipartisan, right? And we're trying to claw as much of this back as we can. And we're trying to put a stop to it. But remember, I told you this in the last 2 weeks to a month, the Biden administration was cashing every check. They had a team. The Biden administration had a team. Biden has no idea this was happening. But Dr. Jill probably did. Biden had a team, and they were going line item by line item. This is no joke. They were going line item by line. How much is left here? Ooh, there's $3 billion. Get that out of here. Allocate that. Move it. How much? Oh my God, we can't leave that. How much is left in here? 50 billion, 20 billion? They were pushing it out the window in sacks. They literally were not, but it looked like it. Shockingly, roughly 20 billion of your tax dollars was parked in an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. The scheme was first of its kind in EPA history, and it was purposefully designed to obligate all of the money in a rush job with reduced oversight. Even further, this pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out the money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Now, let me say this. I've heard this conversation, and yes, churches were involved. Yes, churches were involved. A lot of money. Brothers got bills. Just saying. It's terrible. Under the guise in this country, under the guise of charitable, under the guise of caring, under the guise of loving, are these criminals under the covers. Take a break.
Dave Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Dave Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
I'm your host, BKP. You're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Hey, Diane, I received, did you get them? I just sent you an email. She's going, I'm going to be in so much trouble. Did you see the email I sent you with a picture of that car? Did you see that? Look at that ride. Would you look at that? That made my day. It really did. It really made my day. So we started talking this morning about cars. And this is a 1961 Buick Electra 225. Convertible with red. Look at the red interior. Take that. Oh, my God. We just don't make them anymore. We don't make cars anymore. I mean, in the entire world, we don't make them anymore. Look at the white walls. I mean, I could close this show up right now. Take that down. That made my day. Now, I did not highlight the Pontiac Bonneville because of its great looks. I put the highlight on a Pontiac Bonneville due to its size. You know, back in that day, we didn't say it would seat how many. It would host a party of. We'll just call it that, a party of. I'll tell you, there's another car that would host a party. There's a Chrysler New Yorker. Holy mackerel. Remember that? Lord, you could get everybody in town in that Chrysler New Yorker. It would host a party of, Pontiac Bonneville, Chrysler New Yorker. I mean, you can just keep picking people up. Yeah, keep picking them up. And they'd have elbow room. The stories I could tell. So, moving right along. At 10:30. Now, I said this, all right, it's 9:15. And let's get into some worldwide events that are going on with Russia, Vladimir Putin, Zelensky, and over at the Munich Security Council meeting or whatever it is. But we are going backwards in election integrity in Georgia. We are regressing. Now, the problem we have in Georgia, and I'll say this, and people are not very fond of it. I think we lead America right now, and I'm not proud of this, but I think we are in Georgia one of the most corrupt states in the United States, which I'm not proud of that. I mean, you know, if it's a top 5, we're, you know, challenging California and Illinois and whatever. So I believe that. I believe we are that we rig elections or have the ability or capability to rig an election as well, if not better. We are champions at it than anywhere in the United States. And here's the part that's troubling in Georgia. We lead the country in grifters that mask themselves to be on our side and pretend we're going forward. So we have a certain amount of group that's out there fighting and whooping everybody up in a frenzy. Then we have a group that's lying and saying we're moving forward on things. And then, boom, it's difficult. It's really difficult here. You don't know in Georgia who you could trust. You don't know. You just don't. I mean, you can't trust the governor, right? Can't trust state legislature to do the right thing. Can't trust the Georgia GOP to do the right thing. Oh, that we will discuss at 10 o'clock. Now, so right now they are losing it because Trump apparently to them did not include Zelensky or is not planning to include Zelensky in negotiations. So let's start right here, okay? Let's start right here, and let's put it out just like this. Trump said yesterday Putin wants peace. He spoke to Putin. They're losing it because Putin and Trump are talking about going to Saudi Arabia and having a meeting. Losing it. And really what they're losing worldwide is no longer are we going to be the United States of suckers. We're just not going to. Trump's not going to allow it. He's not going to let Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, crisscross the world and make any sucker deals. He's not going to allow Pete Hegseth. He's not going to allow J.D. Vance. We will, and they sign on. I don't want to say they're reluctant. They sign on. They understand our message to the world is we support you. We'll help you. We wish you no harm. America will be first and foremost in all things. After that, if we could be of help. If you put yourself in a bad position, you put yourself in a bad position. Don't look for us to be the suckers. We will no longer bail out NATO. We will no longer bail out the world. And you can't rely on stealing from us. And that's what they do. They steal from us. And they shift a little of it back through laundromats into the pockets of our people. That's why they're all freaking out. Now, Ukraine has made some people around the world, the war, very wealthy. Now, no compassion whatsoever when Trump says there's over 1 million dead and they're laying in a field. Okay, all right. So there's a couple laying in the field. I got my deposit. Did you get your deposit? It's sickening to know that Trump will say there's millions laying in the field dead. And there's no compassion whatsoever for that. It's, wow, the military-industrial complex, where will we steal money from? This has been very financially beneficial to me, Zelensky, the parliament over there. Who's going to pay all of our bills now? So yesterday, and let's go here. Give me. Where do I have it here? Hang tight. So we talked about this before we get in there. Number 34, we call him Scott, is it Bassett, the Secretary of the Treasury? He was in Ukraine, the consigliere. So So we've already sent our Treasury guy over there to say, how do you intend to pay your bill? If we let you live, now he didn't say that, I'm saying that, if we let you move on, if we say we're not going to take you out, how do you plan to pay your bill? Okay? Because Zelensky's been at the restaurant for 2 hours and is starting to get suspicious he can't pay the bill and he's going to dine and dash. And no, that's not going to happen, not with Trump. So Trump shut this down. They're freaking out. Trump totally shut this down. Scott is over there. Zelensky's saying, hey, if we got to give up a little territory, please don't. If we've got to give up some minerals, what do we got to do? We'll do whatever we have to, please. All right, so that's number one. We've talked about that. Pete Hegseth has told Europe is freaking out. Why Europe is so upset over some comments that were made. Look, here's the bottom line. We said Trump he didn't reel this back in. They're talking about, there's some things they'll say, well, Trump is, he's trying to reel in some things that were said by Pete Hegseth. No, he's not. No, he's not. Give me number 36, okay? Trump's not trying to reel these things back in. He is kindly maybe tamping some stuff down. Trump says U.S., Russia officially meet in Munich on Friday. Ukraine is invited. You can come along if you want. We're going to meet with Russia. If you want to come and sit at the table, you can. Because Zelensky knows that every move from here on out, he better walk the line. End of story. And I'll tell you, he knows that. Because Pete Hegseth, what did he say yesterday? He said, look, NATO, you got to start paying 5%. Got it, number one. Number two, when we finish the deal with Ukraine, if you want to put peacekeeping troops in there and you want to call it peacekeeping troops, that'll be up to you. And when you put people, boots on the ground in Ukraine, if you get attacked, don't consider it Article 5 and look to us. That's not been walked back anywhere, as they want to say. No. So France, Germany, they're all stressed out because they're like, wait a minute. If we go in there, so wait a minute, you said Europe, you got to start paying the bill. Europe, you need to kind of start taking care of yourself and providing your own security. But if we go in there and we get attacked, you're not going to call it Article 5? No, we're not going to. We're not sending our kids to get killed. I mean, bottom line. Now today, here you go. J.D. Vance. Remember this. Today, J.D. Vance. All right. Marco Rubio. I'm not for sure if Hegseth will be there. Number 37. They are meeting with Zelensky today. They're meeting with Zelensky, all right? And they're meeting with Zelensky, and they're going to meet with Russians. It's taking place now. This is how it's going to work. And so give me number 38, Axios. Zelensky to Trump. Putin pretends to want peace because he's afraid of you. All right. Give me number 39. Trump's call with Putin alarms Europe and shocks Ukraine. Number 40, the editorial board over at the Wall Street Journal, peace through weakness in Ukraine. Now, Trump continues to remind you, this would have never happened. All right? And they're upset because they say Trump keeps blaming Biden for Russia attacking Ukraine. Give me video. Give me video 9.
Peace.
Do you trust President
I
Putin?
believe that, I believe that he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities and they're all laying down on the side, they're laying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them, and this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his
He's a friend of
today?
CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes.
Zelensky, I know he's a friend of yours. Now, Putin wants peace. That's what he said. He was on the phone with him 90 minutes. He wants peace. And yes, Putin has taken territory. And you could argue it's territory that has maybe long belonged in for years to Mother Russia. I don't know. I'm not in the region. I'm not interested in fighting that battle. But when Trump brings up this should have never happened, Biden allowed it to happen. He did. Biden allowed it to happen. And it is true, it would have never happened. Now they're freaking out. Morning, Joe. Give me video 2.
Going with Canada, there was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have...
Yeah. My fault, Diane. I wasn't ready to roll out the Governor Trudeau. That was my fault. That was my fault. I said 2. I meant video 12. Please. Not Governor Trudeau. Video 12.
Vice President J.D. Vance is set to meet with President Zelensky today at the Munich Security Conference. President Trump spoke about his negotiations with Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday.
Russia has gotten themselves into something that I think they wish they didn't. If I were president, it would not have happened. Absolutely would not have happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. I think that when you look at Ukraine and when you look at the mess that they're in, it's got to be ended and it's got to be stopped. Now, Russia's taken over a pretty big chunk of territory. And they also have said from day one, long before President Putin, they've said they cannot have Ukraine be in NATO. They said that very strongly. I actually think that that was the thing that caused the start of the war. But as far as the negotiation, it's too early to say what's going to happen. Maybe Russia will give up a lot. Maybe they won't. And it's all dependent on what is going to happen. The negotiation really hasn't started.
So the word negotiation is being used here. I'm not sure exactly what's being negotiated. A European official tells NBC News NATO allies were blindsided by Trump's call with Putin. The official says there's also frustration that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said publicly that Ukraine should abandon its hopes of NATO membership as part of a peace deal, effectively making concessions to Russia before, quote, negotiations have even started. By the way, that was President Trump alongside India's Prime Minister Modi yesterday in the news conference. Joining us now.
So, NATO, all right. Now, if you go and you look at the history, NATO, when it was created after World War II, the reason it was created to push back against Russia, to defend Europe against aggression from Russia, all the above. And if you fast forward and you look at Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev's agreements on moving forward into Russia, aggression, where NATO, where they would take nuclear weapons out of, Germany, the reunification of Germany, the fall of the Soviet Union, and the deal to not move NATO. All right, so you start going there and looking through our international deals and what we did as a country. Now, I sit here this morning, and the only place I can get this is I have to tell you, if you watch Fox News and it's over on Fox News, okay, number 48. I sit here this morning as a red-blooded American, natural-born citizen, right, that have buried family in the mountains of this country for years, and I had to go to Russia to find out Ukraine army is selling U.S. weapons to Mexican cartels. That's where you and I had to go to look. And then we had to go look, and then we have Tucker doing segments that clearly shows you the corruption. And that's where we had to go for our information. Not our media in any way whatsoever. It would have never happened. This war would have never happened. NATO aggression, there are things that Putin did, all right? I'm not advocating Putin. I'm not saying he's not a killer. I'm not saying that if you get around Putin, you could turn blue the next day. Just saying. But I know this. Joe Biden allowed Russia to move into Ukraine. He allowed it. But Joe Biden and the corruption, Burisma, the money Joe made and his family made through Ukraine. Now we have to fight cartels with our own weapons. You can't make that up. Let me see. I had one more I wanted to show you. Well, we're going to wait and hold that one. Let's hold that one right there. Yeah, we'll use that after the break. The negotiations Trump has a good handle with Russia, and Zelensky, I have zero use for him. I pray for the people of Ukraine that have also been taken advantage of, the people laying dead in fields based on this little sawed-off runt clown. All right, dead people. People should go to prison. We'll take a break. I don't want to get wound up. Take a break.
Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
All right, we are back. We're back. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. Thank you for being here with us today. You know, it's Friday. We do a lot of work throughout the week. We really do. We work on a lot of different stories. We bring information. We think we know we bring information that others are not bringing to the surface. And it's like I was in such a good mood yesterday. I'm still in a good mood. With the RFK, getting Tulsi Gabbard this week and the RFK Jr. Over at HHS. On this program, I don't even want to show the picture anymore. I may do it again one day. But Biden had a man dressed as a woman wearing a military uniform over at HHS. So you could send me, and I do get a couple, you could send me a couple negatives or concerns you have with the Trump administration, but I'm going to give it a 3-week grade. Let's see, January 20th. I guess 3 weeks, pushing that 4th week starting. I have to give it an A. I really do. I have to give it an A. I just have to give the administration an A. Now, there's going to be a lot of talk about tariffs. Give me video 11.
Possible impact of more tariffs.
What should consumers expect? Are prices going to go up short-term,
well,
long-term?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, but I'll tell you what will go up is jobs. The jobs will go up tremendously. We're going to have great jobs for everybody.
How do you up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs? Who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. There could be some short term disturbance, but long term, it's going to make our country a fortune.
So Americans should prepare for some short term pain.
No, you said that. I didn't say that.
What if the prices go up?
Let's see what happens. Nobody really knows what is going to happen.
All right. So far, Trump has implemented only.
All right, so jobs will go up. And I do, when I say I understand, I do understand that most, putting it nicely, have never lived through, maybe never lived through, don't understand a real economy and what the real economic engine is like. Reciprocal, is that what they're calling it? Tariffs. Meaning, you know what? If we have a country, and he said it right in front of the Prime Minister of India yesterday, if we have a country and they say American products to be on our shelf is a 20% tariff, okay, then your product to be on our shelf is a 20% tariff. I mean, you're not going to bring your products in for 0 or less than what you're putting our products on the shelf. And if we feel necessary, we'll implement more than that. And I talked the other day about dumping cheap steel. I've watched it my whole life. I've worked in an industry that I watched foreign cheap steel dumped in this country. So Trump knows if we start, and Elon Musk knows this, if we start cutting, balance the budget. So we have this going on. Give me number 14. We have the magic date of March 14th. Remember that today is February 14th. Happy Valentine's Day out there. I'm your host, BKP, and you're watching BKP Politics on voiceofruralamerica.com. So March 14th, I'm sorry, number 10, Diane. I apologize. I think I was looking at the graphic with a 14 on it, and I didn't think about the number. So March 14th is government funding deadline. Now, folks, we have a CR. Almost Biden's entire administration, besides what times we gave away, Republicans, all we could. We've done multiple continuing CRs. And the last one is up in March. If we could actually put a budget together. Now, the markets around the world, looking at our stability and our future, I, for one, don't like short-term inflation. I don't like it. I don't like an $8 case of eggs, dozen of eggs, but I also know they killed millions of birds to get that where they wanted. They wanted the bird flu. Because the only thing I opened up with this morning, you got to think about the only thing that could stop Trump right now. There you go. So government funding, if we do a budget and no more continuing CR. When Elon Musk says the interest on the debt is more than our national defense budget and growing. Now, I don't know exactly what day, but the world knows the day that the interest on our debt surpasses the ability to ever. You may think we can never pay it off now, but we are approaching the no matter what we do, no matter what we cut, we can't return from it. We're right there. So Elon Musk says this is not an option. He's right. Now, most of these people in Congress, 435 members of the House, 100 members of the Senate, most of these people have no thought, no idea, couldn't even begin to understand business. They think it's just like, it'll work. They don't. They're not smart. They think because they have a congressional pin, and you may think because they have a congressional pin or a Senate pin, wow, these are really smart people. No, they're not. These are not smart people. You and I, most of us, are much more intelligent than these people wearing a pin. They have no bearings whatsoever of how business works and how the economy works and the status that we're in with our debt. They don't. So if we can, Diane, go to number 9. If we can balance the budget, I'm not for sure, but if we can show the world, I mean the world, all the markets, that our spending is under control, our bureaucracy is cut. You do realize when you talk about Europe and you talk about the UK being a socialist country, you talk about Canada being a socialist country, you talk about anywhere in the world being a socialist country, they are a blip of their economy compared to the United States. Now, not getting into it, we can't sustain being a socialist country. We can't. We're enormous, and we can get into that battle on a different day. I'm a capitalist. We can never sustain being a socialist country. We cannot do it. We can never create enough wealth to ever manage it. That's an argument in itself. We'll go there on a different day. I'd love to have that debate. If the markets, once again, around the world, and our investors around the world see that we have our spending under control, we've cut the bureaucracy, it's under control. Our debt to earning, right? Our debt to earning, we should never call earning, tax money earning, but our debt to income, we've changed the balance on that, right? and our tax rate is conducive to where the world wants to invest, and they want to move, and American companies want to move back here. That will be the total plan, and this would be restoring. Now, I don't like high prices, and I don't want to pay more money, but I will tell you this, I'll do what I have to restore true capitalism and the economic engine that should be turning this country to its rightful place and not printing government money. And actually, do you realize the largest growth to the middle class in this country is government bureaucracy? Exactly. Government bureaucracy, working for the government. Not a good paying job with a company, a job with the government. So when all that happens, here you go. House GOP unveils budget blueprint, tax cuts, debt limit increase, a goal for spending cuts, Judiciary Committee, Homeland Security Committee. Now, this is just something that MSNBC threw up and put on the screen. We need to study it this weekend to see what's in there. But if we can put a budget together and the final straw, secure the tax cuts. A lot of people in the world and Americans are looking at an increase in their taxes. And until we do that, so the whole plan's coming together, and I agree with it wholeheartedly, and I support the President of the United States. Now, Caitlin Collins, MSNBC, all of them out there are going to talk about tariffs and increase and inflation. All right. Remember, they're talking now inflation at 3%. We did not go backward at any time on pricing. We brought the rate of inflation down, but the inflation is still all Biden's. All the inflation is still Biden's administration, not Trump's. Let's see. The impeachment of Trump. This is a video I found this morning because you cannot. It's not possible. It's not possible to continue or enough time in the day to find everything. But this was interesting. The USAID, the money for impeaching Trump, USAID. Tom Massey, thank you very much, Congressman Massey, for this one, video one.
Mr. Schellenberger, can you explain how you traced USAID funding that served as the basis for whistleblower report in 2019, which led to the impeachment of President Trump?
Sure. Well, you may remember that the so-called whistleblower who was in the White House was actually a CIA analyst. And in that whistleblower's complaint, which led to the impeachment, one of the central pieces of evidence was created by a USAID funded and controlled organization called the OCCRP. And we have another piece out today about how it participated in the Russiagate hoax as well, creating essentially very important information leading to that. So, I mean, you have in USAID a much larger fund of money and a much broader strategy for information control that included censorship, but also, as I mentioned, taking control of investigative journalism really worldwide. I mean, its ambitions were, amazing. So, yeah, I mean, that's an agency. When we saw that get shut down by DOJ, I thought that was completely appropriate. If there's something in there that it was doing that's valuable, then you could refund it later. But my view, same thing with CISA, death penalty for organizations that participated in violations of the First Amendment like CISA. Cybersecurity is an extremely important function. It shouldn't be contaminated and undermined by censorship activities.
Well, I think it's always been known that our government has funded the change in administrations, if we can say it politely, of other governments. But isn't it borderline treason when the taxpayer when organizations entrusted with protecting our country are now undermining our own government?
Absolutely. I mean, if you're trying to do regime change, illegal, if you're weaponizing DHS, FBI, CISA, that's treasonous regime change activities redirected, that you developed abroad, that we developed abroad for regime change, directed against the American people and our representatives. I mean, it's shocking, and we still haven't dealt with it as a country.
Mr. Chairman, I see my time has expired. I'd like to introduce into the record, or ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record, an article in Newsmax, Schellenberger, USAID paid for Trump impeachment effort, dated February 6, 2025.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back.
And this has you angry over there on the left. Why? Why does this have you angry? That we're finding this? Now, I want to show you one more moment. Here it's Friday. We're trying to enjoy Friday. We're going to have, in just 5 minutes, the Georgia Hour, and we have a guest. Field Cersei is going to be joining us at 10:30. Georgians for Truth, and we're going to be talking about the lack of legislation, the lack of election security, and the move backwards in our efforts here in Georgia to secure our elections. You're going to hear this all day. This is what they're countering with. Number 25. You're going to hear about these attorneys all day long that resigned because Eric Adams, the case was dropped. Mayor's lawyers urged what amounted to be a quid pro quo. Sassoon. This was the lead attorney for the Department of Justice against Eric Adams. So her and several others told the case is over, and they're out angry that it was a quid pro quo. And you have number 37, Tom Holman meeting with Eric Adams. Give you some highlights before we close. 27. I'm sorry, Diana. I tell you what, I don't want to wear the glasses, but I didn't see the number. I'm sorry. I know nothing about case against Adams being dropped. Here's Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, with Tom Holman yesterday, number 28. And here you go. Mayor Adams is allowing ICE agents at Rikers after meeting with Trump border czar Tom Holman. And let's go to 29. So they're upset, right? They're upset that Eric Adams's case, the case with Eric Adams, is dropped. They're upset over that. They're upset truly because he's going to comply with Tom Holman and allow ICE to clean out Rikers Island, go through there, and in New York. But this is not, doesn't bother them at all. Number 61. This is okay. And this is where we're going to end today as we go into the astonishing amount of government spent, the amount government spent on giving migrants cars, homes, and credit cards. This is true. HHS. Wonder if this will stop today. Number 62. I wonder if RFK Jr., if this stops immediately. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, doled out grants worth an eye-watering $22.6 billion from 2020 to 2024 to help migrants, according to a watchdog report. Wow. Now, here you go. Let's go with 63. According to finding by auditors, open the books, HHS Office of Refugee Resettlement handed out money to help migrants buy cars and homes. And here's one, right? New York, number 64. This is a migrant shelter, as they call it, at the former Roosevelt Hotel in New York. This is January 2025. Roosevelt Hotel in New York is now a flea bag. If you don't know what a flea bag motel is, it's a flea bag motel. Well, actually, they remodeled it for them, right? Quid pro quo. That's what they want to talk about, right? All right, take a break. When we return, it'll be time for the Georgia Hour. The Georgia Hour, when we return, what's Brad Raffensperger up to now in Georgia? Take a break.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Together, let's drive.
Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
Welcome to the Georgia Hour. How are you today? It's Friday. I'm your host, BKP, on voiceofruralamerica.com, the Georgia Hour. Now, at 10:30 this morning, in about 20 minutes, we're going to have a guest, Field Cersei, Georgiansfortruth.org. He's going to be with us. We're going to be talking about it. We started discussing it a couple days ago. The budget request from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and we broke it down yesterday here. Field and I have been having a discussion about it, and we have been working with many others to try to go forward in election security in Georgia, only to have Brad Raffensperger trying to take us backwards. Diane, did I move or what did you do to me? I mean, all of a sudden I feel like, why you keep shifting me around? Why can't I just stay?
Because every day you move spots, so I have to adjust. Your chair's on rollers, so I have to adjust the camera as you adjust where you sit.
Folks, she will say anything. You never know what she'll say. Oh, so you're adjusting me. There you go. All right, so that being said, thank you, Diane. Diane, let's go with the truth in education. Let's go with that one. I want to go with that. Tomorrow morning, there is with Rhonda Thomas, and I have driven 2 hours to be at one of her presentations. The information, I just got to put it out like this. They're not boring. Like, I don't want to hear some boring. No, they're not. They're not boring. And she will answer when I say all your questions, she'll answer all your questions. And tomorrow at 9 a.m., American Legion 297 Legion Road in Ellijay, a citizen forum, Gilmer Citizens Forum, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. You don't want to miss it. Now, something else that I am promoting, because I do support this, there's an event, 54. Give me 54. Thank you, Diane. Now, this is the second annual Healing Farm Foundation. This is Saturday, March 8th from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're having a Texas Hold'em tournament. There's where you can get all of the information for this, the Healing Farm Foundation. And I received a message yesterday from someone there. Okay. Let's see. Hold on. I had here just a second ago before I go much further. There it is. People can come to the farm and visit or sign up for volunteers. So you can, if you'll look this up and you want to get more information, you want to go to the farm and visit. All right. People can go to the farm and visit or sign up to be volunteers. They can feed the animals, clean the barn, and do other items to help around there. The therapy is not covered under insurance. Okay. That's why they do the fundraiser. The therapy is not covered under insurance. Things happen and animals are therapeutic. I have to tell you the truth. A child, an adult that's gone through something, regardless, if you need to pet a horse, BKP's losing his mind. I'm serious. To pet a horse or something, you would not believe how helpful that is in situations. The therapy is not covered under insurance, so we award $750 scholarships to cover 6 sessions. Right now, we have 9 people enrolled and a waiting list. So there you go. That's the information. I am supporting that. Go ahead and take that down. Now, all right, so politics is moving, and I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to get into this Monday. This guy right here, number 49, and I've said this. If you have watched, and I'm going to get into this Monday. We're going to start digging into this. This is Josh McCoon. He is the current chairman of the Georgia GOP, Inc. INC. Now, it's of my opinion. All right? It's of my opinion. First of all, the Georgia GOP, Inc. needs to be audited. Now, his opponent, Rebecca Yardley, campaigned. His opponent, Rebecca Yardley, former chair of the 9th District of Georgia, now America First Foundation, right? Is that what she's with the America First Foundation? Has a great job. I've known this individual for years and have worked with her on many different occasions with things in politics on Georgia. She ran against him under the platform that she would audit the Georgia GOP. All right. Now, the Georgia GOP is a dictatorship. Now, I can hear right through the camera. Let's see. Let me go. There it is. But, President Trump likes him. President Trump doesn't know this guy. Charlie Kirk endorsed him from Turning Point. Okay. I don't care who comes out and says this guy is the guy. He's a dictator. He does not have a plan for the future of the Georgia GOP in the state. He does not have a plan to get Republicans elected around the state. We just lost a district in Georgia. This guy's out taking a victory lap. We just lost a state district in the 10th District of Georgia by a handful of votes. Seriously. I could have held the votes in 2 hands or 3. Now, they want to take credit for Trump's win in Georgia. It's not there. So backing up, Georgia, in my opinion, if we could see the books, David Schaefer, former chair, which basically gave him the job. We all remember that in Georgia, right? The stunt that David Schaefer pulled. Yeah, but David got indicted by Fonnie Willis. Well, David's no hero. You understand? By no means. Because for those out there that know that Georgia's corrupt and we lost, what if 2020 would have been too big to rig then? The Georgia GOP has not been effective in years. That's why Brian Kemp's already dumped it. He dumped it along with others. And that's a fact that you could read the stories on the AJC. Now, I will go back to Sue Eberhardt. If you're out there from sea to shining sea, thank you for your messages. But I don't know. I'm going to call it just like this. For me, the last real effective Georgia GOP chair was Sue Eberhardt. Now, when Sue Eberhardt came in, and as a chair, the Republican wins were going up, 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 and away, right? We did that on the show. The climb from 2000, 2 Senate seats, finally 2 Senate seats. I think it was 2013 when we completed the constitutional officers with the Attorney General Sam Olens. I think it was up to 213, and that was like our peak when we got to 2 Republican senators. We got to 119 Georgia state reps, right? We were in the 38, 39. We were pushing 39 or something like that out of how many? 53 Senate seats, state Senate seats or whatever. Sue Eberhardt. Then John Padgett comes along. Now, I'm not going to tell you John Padgett's the worst guy under the sun. I have met Mr. Padgett several times. I've spoke to Mr. Padgett several times. He's been very kind, cordial, and I've enjoyed conversations. But John Padgett comes along, and we start a decline in the Georgia GOP as far as now we're up against lawsuits. And John Padgett has to run in and incorporate the Georgia GOP Inc. That's another story in itself, right? So John Padgett is probably right there at the true decline as we go. And we had another GOP chair, and I won't go into that right now. I think a lobbyist. I think a lobbyist. And then we end up with David Schaefer. David Schaefer, former senator, state senator. Josh McCoon, former state senator, right? We have David Schaefer. He was president pro temp of the Georgia State Senate. He felt he was in line to be lieutenant governor. He ran against Jeff Duncan. Jeff Duncan won, all right? And David Schaefer took the consolation prize of Georgia GOP Inc., being the chairman. And I think he ran 2 terms. Now, if you audit David Schaefer's administration, if there's a way, and it's my opinion, if they've not, because it's a dictatorship, state officers are useless. You just get elected. You get a vote on the executive committee. You get a vote on the state committee. That's all you get. First vice chair, you're powerless, 100%. Second vice chair, you're powerless, no power, right? This guy has a endless spending limit. He can write a check. This guy right now can walk in the Georgia GOP and write a check and sign it for any amount. And God forbid you say, hey, maybe we should talk about having a spending limit, right? they'll run you out of the state. This guy does not have to ask anybody a question. He doesn't. Doesn't have to. He can, and we will talk about it later, all right? We'll talk about it later. But he can go write a check today for any amount he wants, no question. He could sign a contract. He could sign a contract. Hey, Charlie Kirk, listen up, Charlie. Charlie, listen, because we like you, Charlie. We don't think you're a bad guy, but we know, Charlie Kirk, you would never support this. He could go and he can enter a contract with anyone in the country, sign it, bind the Georgia GOP Inc. to that contract. No vote, nothing. He didn't even have to tell you about it. He doesn't. He doesn't have to tell the treasurer. The treasurer of the Georgia State GOP doesn't have to be allowed in to look at anything unless he says yes. Now, I'm going to be very clear. It's of my opinion. And just to be clear, I'm the former vice chair of the Georgia Republican Party that they removed based on my inquiries. One, they could say what they want. But I asked way too many questions. So I'm going to look right at you and say, of my opinion, because I do have some experience as a state officer, that they booted my ass out. I'm of the opinion that if we went back, just the opinion, that we went back and we looked through every single document and every I and T that's crossed, and every bank account, and every transaction through David Schaefer's administration and investigated his administration, there could possibly be. You never know. You know, could possibly be. I mean, I don't want to say it's corrupt. So anyhow, folks, listen, David Schaefer got indicted by Fonnie Willis, but he's no hero. He's absolutely zero hero to the Georgia Republican Party. So the point is, this guy cannot be trusted, okay? He put out, we'll go over it next week, he put out almost 3 weeks into the game of the Georgia legislative session, he put out a list of things wanting you to believe that they're working on over the Georgia GOP to get legislation passed for election security. I'll look in the camera. It's a flat out lie. Flat out lie. He knows because he is friends with Brian Kemp, very close friends with the governor. And he knows he won't cross the governor. And he knows the governor has put out, including the Josh McCoon, the chairman, has put out, do not send me an election bill. But he's going to run around the state pretending he's trying. Shish kaboom ba. He's full of it. Now, he's a nice guy. Nice guy. Very nice. He's well-groomed. He is. Nice guy. Well-spoken. I mean, grammar, got it. Attorney. But if his lips are moving, be careful with the scorcher that's coming your way to your ears. Now, moving right along, him, along with Brad Carver and others, are pretending they're working on election security. Now, if he has come out today and the Georgia GOP Inc. has come out today with a statement on the recent comments that Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State, has made, could you please send them to me? If they're not out there, I'm for sure after this segment, he'll have it out soon, right? So he's running for re-election. Let me remind you of something, okay? And we're going to get, he's invited to the show. I want you to know right now he's invited to the show. He will not come on this show because he knows that I know that basically the Georgia GOP Inc. door is locked. He knows that. And he knows that I know that he was behind removing me across the state. And he knows that I know that he spent 18 grand, and they'll tell you it's still pending. He wrote a check for 18 grand for a government employee retention program that was supposed to send him back, what, 100 grand? I don't know. But when you ask, where's the 18 grand? It's still a pending case. Hey, boom, if somebody sends him 100 grand a couple days, good for him. We'll see. Maybe he does. But with all the shutdown of this government money getting thrown out, I don't know. Maybe he can make a phone call and say, you know, if I got that 18 grand plus 18 grand, I could look good. Watch for that to happen soon. Just saying. Just saying. Watch for it to happen. Now, I got to get to my guest, but let me go with this. This is his, and the AJC, these people are so corrupt. So Josh McCoon and the AJC, they love him. The AJC loves him. They love Kemp. They love the Republicans. And I had this one just a minute ago. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to want 50. So let me go through this really quick. Josh McCoon is seeking another 2-year term as chair of the Georgia GOP. He's waging his reelection. He's waging his reelection campaign in a different political landscape. He won a 3-way race in 2023, and he did. For the party's chair job with a promise to unify Republicans after the decisive tenure of his predecessor. Now, his predecessor gave him the job, David Schaefer. So, yes, he promised to unify us. That's what he says. And he ran against 3 people. Now, watch what the AJC forgets. At the time, Republicans were still smarting from the stinging defeats in 2020 and 2024. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis' election interference case had targeted several key GOP activists. Now go to the next one, 50. Governor Brian Kemp, GOP, and Governor Brian Kemp was keeping his distance from the organization. Now Kemp's campaign comes, or McCoon's, not Kemp's. Now McCoon's campaign comes weeks after President Donald Trump flipped Georgia back into the GOP column. Willis' case is on the ropes, and McCoon worked to repair the party's rift with Kemp. So you keep that in mind. He is a rift repairer. Yes. You look him up in the yellow pages. Rift repair, Josh McCoon, Brian Kemp, Georgia. Yeah, let me tell you something. He is 100% a Brian Kemp rift repairer, meaning every other one out there, you know, your Candace Taylor, you know, your Denise Burns, your Sally Grubbs, your Marxists down in DeKalb, they are also Kemp rift repairers. All right, that being said, I could have done without that. You could have too. In the process, McCoon has enjoyed a growing national profile. He has. Trump singled him out for praise at several campaign stops, and he was rumored to be in the running for RNC post. Instead, McCoon wants to stay put. Why wouldn't you want to stay put? That GOP credit card, right, Josh? GOP credit card? I mean, I don't know if we really investigated. Is there some, third-party money floating here? That I don't know. You're just saying, right? You mean it's a volunteer job? That's a little suspicious. So anyhow, running for having led a historic victories last November, he led jack shit, okay? The Trump team, Trump Force 47, came in here, ran everything, brought the money and told him to stay the hell out of the way. That's what happened. After led in a historic victories last November, McCune said, I'm ready to do it again in 2026. Folks, let me remind you, Republicans, state house Republicans, okay? State house Republicans lost 19 seats in 5 years. 19 in 5 years. Let's see. He's going in his second year. David Schaefer, 4 years, right? We're not going forward. McCune is not the forward move in Georgia. We've lost 5 state Senate seats in 5 years. Don't forget that. We lost 2 Senate seats. Oh, they were rigged. They were rigged. Okay. All right, already. But guess what? The 2 senators in Washington, D.C. are Democrats. He's not the guy to go forward. In fact, the Georgia GOP has to get cleaned up now. And by the way, the AJC, Greg, whoever wrote this, did you forget someone else announced they're running for GOP chair? David Cross. Take a break. We'll be right back. I'm running late. We're going to talk about Brad Raffensperger. Oh, Lord. Do we have to? We're going to talk about Brad Raffensperger with Field Searcy, GeorgiansForTruth.org. Take a break, Diane.
Days Chevrolet Jasper is North Georgia's business elite commercial truck giant. Box trucks, landscape trucks, flatbed and heavy hauling trucks. When you've got a job to do, we've got the commercial truck for you. And get a federal tax credit up to 100% of the purchase price. Hundreds of commercial trucks are all right here at Days Chevrolet Jasper. Days Chevrolet. Days gets it done. Together, let's drive.
Larry's Body Shop in Ellijay. Family owned and operated since 1978. The latest in cutting-edge digital technology and state-of-the-art equipment allow our iCard Gold Class certified technicians to restore your vehicle. Our second-to-none customer service will work directly with your insurance company. Major accident or minor fender bender, we take the dents out of accidents. Larry's Body Shop, North Georgia's #1 body shop. Visit us at collisiondecision.com.
Why give your money to liberal media companies? Put your marketing needs in the hands of a conservative marketing professional and start getting results today. FYN Media Group, one of the top digital marketing agencies in Georgia, specializes in website design and hosting, social media promotion and management, and so much more. Visit FYNmediagroup.com or call 706-889-3564 for a free consultation.
Ladies, when you wear elegant jewelry, you become a force to be reckoned with. You shine brighter than the stars in the sky, and your inner beauty radiates like the sun. So embrace the magic, embrace the elegance, and let your jewelry be a reflection of your true, authentic self. My friends over at North Georgia Diamond know what a woman wants. Go see them for the perfect gift. And remember, when it comes to elegance, there's no such thing as too much. Come see us at North Georgia Diamond. We're igniting passion one sparkle at a time.
In 1981, Reed Nicholson began selling tires out of an old barn in Mineral Bluff. Little did he know that he had just laid the groundwork for the most trusted names in automotive services in the Blue Ridge area. In 1997, Nicholson Tire Center became what it is today, holding the same values of faith, family, and great customer service. 2 locations to serve you, and the Blue Ridge location is currently expanding to offer fast service and the largest U-Haul provider in Georgia. Nicholson Tire Center, Blue Ridge, and Mineral Bluff.
This is a special report.
Knowing how to invest your money is harder than ever before. Dealing with stock market volatility, record debt, and terrorist attacks requires new thinking. At U.S. Asset Management, we can help you see the world more clearly so that you can move beyond the chaos and invest with confidence. Call us, visit us online, or drop by our office. U.S. Asset Management, helping you make better decisions with your money.
Mesquite Grill, now offering online ordering for your convenience. Check out our new website at mesquitegrillbr.com. That's mesquitegrillbr.com. The great food and service you have come to expect, ready for you when you arrive. Open 7 days a week with a fully stocked bar and friendly service. Bring your furry friends with you and dine on our pet-friendly patio. Also, check out our catering options and let us prepare delicious food for your next event.
Welcome back to the Georgia Hour with BKP on voiceofruralamerica.com. We're sorry we're delayed here just a little bit. Diane, I want a couple graphics before we bring our guest in. Number 90. Now, folks, all across the state of Georgia, there's we. You're going to hear me say we because there's a great group of people. There is a great group of people that work daily to try to secure our elections, try to get information to lawmakers, to do whatever's necessary for all voters of Georgia to have a safe, secure election. Now, last year, this is number 90, last year we worked so hard. And we didn't get the paper ballots, but we worked really hard and we wanted the QR code removed off of the back of the ballot that prints out. Remember, QR code. And we did achieve that on SB 189. But there was a catch. They told us, lawmakers told us, we can't take the QR code off now. We can't get the readers in time for the printout and put them in place. We're in the middle of an election cycle. That's their famous out. Okay? But we'll do it next year. Okay. So the law is in place, HB 189. So Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger goes, this is 2 days ago. We played all 14 minutes yesterday for you. He goes and makes his presentation to the committee for his upcoming budget. And I'm paraphrasing, and he basically says, give me 91 if you don't mind. Georgia lawmakers are deciding whether to spend as much as $66 million to remove computer QR codes from the ballots or abandon the idea in favor of a $15 million software update. Wow. So they're saying it'll cost $66 million to put the change, put the new readers in place to take the QR code off. But what we could do is a $15 million software update, he says. And hey, we've got a 10-year contract. We're in year 7 of a 10-year contract. And we could be getting rid of these machines. Why would we put $66 million? I mean, Brad's out there laying out the logic, and it's such a safe election. And we could take the balance of that money and put it towards hurricane relief, right? It was very upsetting to hear this. Now, the other thing to me that's upsetting is to hear some across the state talk about new possible legislation when we have no lawmakers talking about it at all. And Brad Raffensperger wants to go backwards when you look at it. So let me bring my guest in, and I'm so sorry to hold him now. This is our guest, Field Searcy, Georgians for Truth. Field, will you accept my apology for running behind? I apologize. I can't hear him, Diane. Field, do you have your mic off? I can't hear him. And he froze. Is he coming back in? Is that what we're doing? Because he had no audio there. So we're going to check that, see if we can get him back in, get him out and back in. Because his mic is not live. And are you there now?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. First of all, let me apologize for holding you up, friend. I know you're busy, and I appreciate you being with us.
That's quite all right. Thank you for having us on the call today.
All right. So first of all, you guys have the name I wish I could take, or here's what I wish I could find. I wish I could find those Georgians for Truth. You guys are amazing. You guys have been searching for the truth, trying to present fact. I'm going to step out and say fact, not fiction. You guys have studied the laws. You've studied the election laws, and you've worked very hard. Field, where are we right now? Once you hear, how do you feel when you hear Brad Raffensperger 2 days ago and some of the things you're hearing?
Well, we've seen so many different numbers. It's hard to figure out, do they really have a process at the Secretary of State's office to put a budget together? The original number we heard was $47 million to upgrade the machines and update the software, buy new printers, plus another $4 million for the battery backup units, so a total of $51 million. And then Tuesday, we get a figure of $66 million to actually, for new printers and new scanners, for some reason, need new scanners, and the implementation of the upgrade to remove the QR code as required by law. And as already in the code, 21.2.300 requires the ballot to be readable, and we have this mark on there that nobody can interpret. So, and then he throws out another number of 15 million. Well, we're so far into the cycle with this 10-year contract that we just need to maybe abandon that, and let's only spend 15 million. We'll do the software update, and it's going to cost 15 to do the implementation. Apparently the software update itself, the software code, is free from Dominion as part of the contract. So we're given all these different numbers, and I wonder if they even know how to put a budget together. I've requested a packet from the Secretary of State's office. I haven't received it yet. I actually contacted the Senator Dixon's office to see if I could get it from him directly from the committee, and they declined to give it to me, so they couldn't give that packet out. I'm not sure why, but it should be public knowledge if it's presented in a public subcommittee meeting of the Senate. I would think it would be public knowledge, but still trying to get the full details of that budget proposal. But to me, it's like we're just going to shove off. We're not going to follow the law. We're not going to worry about SB 189. We're not going to worry about 21.2.300. We're just going to keep going. And of course, that's going to get us into 26 election cycle, and then 2028 with the same system we have now, updated, albeit if they approve the 15 million. But we have alternatives that we've been trying to bring forward for over a year now to go to a paper ballot, which we already have, the absentee provisional emergency ballot, scan those with existing equipment, but do a full hand count of the races the night of the election at the precinct as required by the law 21-437. So that's our stance on it. And I don't know why he came up with so many different numbers the other day. My suspicion is we put out an X post challenging this $51 million earlier this week, and we've had almost 100,000 views of it. And we've also have a billboard campaign running around Metro Atlanta now, calling out this $51 million original budget request in the governor's budget proposal.
Well,
That was a
you know,
mouthful.
Field. I worked along with others, and I want to make sure it was a joint effort. And there was many of us that worked last year on HB 189, right up to midnight, close to midnight, when it finally got voted through. And you know, the QR code, they told us in the QR code, look, as we get tired of it, you do too. Every time we try to talk to, when I say them, we're in the election cycle. Our legislators, we talk to them. Well, we can't do it right now because we're in an election cycle. Okay. And so the QR code we couldn't change. We're in an election cycle, but we'll do it next year. You know, that is the law. And I like that you stated that earlier, because folks, you know, they bypass the 500 million plus on the water system down there around Hyundai. And I don't want to drag another subject into this, but this is the law. It's the law that you have to be able to read your ballot. So the QR codes were never legal, right? Correct?
Never. It's a foreign mark. You can't read it. It's spoiling the ballot.
Right.
Can't read it.
Right. So they were never legal. And I want to say we fought the battle. All of us did, across many of us. We fought the battle, and we thought we won that part, getting the QR code off. That is law now. SB 189 is the law. I don't want to just say, well, throw money away, but if it costs money, it costs money, because we passed that in Georgia. It's the law. And now he wants to back away on it.
Yeah, he wants to back away. And it's not only passed in Georgia law. We have a federal judge that said the QR code does not comport with Georgia law. We've got federal backing that says it doesn't comply with the existing law. And not in counting SB 189 that required it to be taken off. So why pass new laws if you can't even follow the ones you have now, is the question I have. I mean, what's the point?
We're stacking up laws. I know you guys are better than I am, because I'm not able to roll it out like you. Start that OCG and you just, man, wow, you got all these numbers and you can put it out there. No, I appreciate it, and I really respect your work and being able to do that. But folks around the country, we have federal election laws, if they would just apply them. And we have laws in this state, if they just applied the laws that exist in this state. Paper ballots, we could do that. Again, no QR code. Counting the ballots, counting them. Field, let me ask you this question. I mean, you're hearing this from Brad Raffensperger. 2026 is going to be a major election. Yes, President Trump won. I'm gonna round it, I don't know, up or down, but he only won Georgia by 2%. All right. A lot of people are talking about this should have been like a 6+% state for President Trump, and it wasn't. So we're hearing a lot of concerns around the state, even in this last election, although he won. And 2026, we're going to have every constitutional officer on the ballot. We're going to have a U.S. Senate seat. How concerned are you with the future of our elections here in Georgia?
Well, we don't have transparency with our elections. We're using technology to create more opaqueness in the process instead of using it to create more transparency. And I've been concerned about it for a number of years, even before the current system with the debug. And all we've done is made it more complicated, more error, more avenues for failure. We have the Dominion password is actually on Amazon T-shirts and tumblers and pillows. You can go buy the system admin password, and the hash code, the encryption codes are in plain text. And this has been released through public open records requests in multiple states and in 4 counties in Georgia. So maybe the software update will take care of some of that, but there's still the problem of the ballot marking device and never really having true voter intent known. We had a conversation with Colton Moore, Senator Colton Moore, on opening session day, and he told us, well, when we voted for this system, they told us we were going to have 3 counts of the ballot. We're going to have a machine count, we're going to have a hand count, we're going to have an audit, because we'll be able to hand count the paper ballots. So we got the system put in, they approved it, and the ballots now are sealed, but the paper ballots are sealed permanently. Nobody ever gets to look at them. And they do a machine count of the images. But, and then all they really do is they have tabulator tapes that's how the poll workers and the poll managers at the precincts, that's how they certify it. They just sign off that this tape is correct. So there's no physical counting of the ballots, no physical counting of the races. And we have no transparency there. We don't know if all the ballots are correct, and we don't know if the ballot that the voter scanned is what their intent was. We've got studies from Alex Halderman that show that voters normally don't spend very much time reviewing their ballot, and when there's errors introduced in there, they don't recognize them. And then you have another study from Dr. Stark, who said that voter intent is completely erased. When you check out of that VMD, your voter intent is erased permanently. You will never know what the voter's intent is because you've got a piece of paper printed out that's got a QR code on it now, and then some text. And so you never know what the voter really intended in a hand count. So,
well,
I'm still
it seems the logjam for me is at the governor's mansion, his office, leadership. I'm not being negative or ugly. Leadership over in our state Senate, leadership over in the House, and they create illusions that they're trying to do the right thing. But we have not curtailed, really, Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, we've not really curtailed his power. I mean, we started down a road of removing power from him over the Board of Elections, but he still is able to exert certain power over the Board of Elections to make the changes that our lawmakers put in place are somewhat irrelevant. I mean, they just don't have the teeth they need. So when we get up to the point where the Board of Elections needs to be truly separated, the Board of Elections needs their own legal representation, the list goes on, we've stopped right there. And it still is a line item. It's still a line item under the Secretary of State. And I don't know that this new budget moves them out. The Board of Elections is still, to me, that I understand, a line item under the Secretary of State. So that's one thing. We passed HB 189. Our legislators could put the bite in pulling back power that Brad Raffensperger has, but it seems to be anything he says he wants to do, they get the green light on. What say you?
Well, you mentioned the state election board and the budget for that board. There's a finger being put on them too, and I think it's coming from the chairman of that board. the budget item for them was $5,789,000 approximately, and they had a $5 million item in there to do a pilot audit project. And the Secretary of State's office did one of their own, and so that the governor took that $5 million out. So the $789,000 budget that's in the for the state election board now is the same as it was the year before, because the chairman didn't think they needed more money to have their own investigators, to have their own legal counsel, so they could actually do the investigation that's needed and adjudicate some of these cases in a more transparent and fair way. You're right. The Secretary of State's attorney and office does all the investigation. They put their thumb on them. They can't even publish a meeting date without submitting it to the Secretary of State's office and go through their channels to get their meetings published properly. They don't even have email addresses for the members. So personally, they have to use personal email addresses because they haven't assigned them email addresses. It's ridiculous.
And look at last year, the work of hundreds, not one or two, hundreds of patriots last year, along with the state election board, that tried to put 4 or 5 rules in place for the election. They passed them. They did everything they're supposed to do. They presented them. They gave the 30-day debate period. You have 30 days. They published. They're 30 days to talk about it. Then they come back and you get your time of debate. Any citizen can come up and talk about that rule and the final vote. And we had 4 or 5 votes. What did they end up? They ended up in court, and we ended up with a judge throwing all of our election rules out by the state election board. Now, could you tell me if I'm correct? There's no legislation at this time to codify those rules.
Well,
that got thrown out by a judge.
Well, here's the thing. The state election board already has authority to make and promulgate rules to run the elections. They already have the authority. And so to go to the legislature and say, pass a law to make sure they have the authority is like saying they don't already have the authority. Well, they do.
Okay, you're 100% correct. You're 100% correct. What they did last year, they had the authority to do. So what I said is the state legislature codifying those rules, they shouldn't have to be. So I agree with you. They shouldn't have to be. The authority is invested in them. But again, we have the thumb on the scales from the SOS. And by that, you know, when you have rules passed by your state election board and you still truly sit up under the Secretary of State and the Secretary of State comes out against your rules immediately and knocks them down and talks negative about your rules, how far can you go?
It's really hard. You know, we've been in the Georgians for Truth started a couple of years ago, and we've been trying to be engaged. You know, others have been engaged longer than that. I'm not saying that we're the end all be all, but, you know, there's Voter GA and others that have done a wonderful job. But everywhere you go to the county board of elections, your county commissioners, well, they point to the state or the Secretary of State. So you go to the legislators, well, they point to the SOS. Or if you go to the SCB, well, they point back to the legislature. Or the SOS says, no, it's the county's responsibility. Nobody's taking accountability. They're pointing the fingers at everybody else instead of following the law, and nobody's being held accountable. That's the real core issue.
Well, I will say this. You guys have worked every day. Now, I mean every day, not just for years. Every single day you guys work. You participate in events. You do things to get the message out. You raise money to put up billboards. You name it. Your efforts are just endless. And I'm amazed by what you guys do and the time you put into it. But I see emails put out from certain people, and I see people saying, well, we're working on this and we're going to try to get this legislation passed. I just want to be clear with the viewers today. I'm an optimistic person, but all my sources say that the governor said he has zero appetite for any election bills.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm hearing. So if you're out there and you're getting emails of we're working on this and we're trying to get this passed, Lord, we worked like crazy last year on 189. They want to go backwards on that. Are you hearing anything of anybody having an appetite field for putting any legislation on the floor for a vote this year?
I'm not hearing anything. Like you say, the word we're getting is that there is no appetite from leadership to push anything. And we've been hearing that for a long time, that there's just no appetite from leadership to do anything. I mean, they can't even get the Secretary of State to attend a state Senate Ethics Committee meeting to answer questions. He won't even show up personally. He goes to a Rotary meeting in Thomasville while he sends some lieutenants when the Senate asked him to come and testify in front of them. He wouldn't even go to his own federal trial at the Curling Ravensburger case. He didn't show up for that either. And he runs from the people all the time. I don't know. The legislature has the authority to impeach him if they wanted to. I mean, for not doing his job, but there's got to be a will.
Well, we'll have to have another session or segment on that, okay? Because I would advocate. Actually, I did ask at one time while holding a position why we didn't ask for him to be removed from the Republican Party, and it didn't end well for me. So let's just put it like that. All right, so let's close with this. You know, the work that has been done is greatly appreciated. I would like you to answer this because, you know, you guys have the Paper Please van, the Paper Please trailer, the billboards, and we know you as the Paper Please guys. You've advocated for paper ballots. So I know we're running out of time, but why paper ballots over? Now, there's two things I want to get to, and we're going to go. Brad Raffensperger tried to sell the other day that the machines were so accurate. Okay, don't get upset with me out there, audience. This was Brad Raffensperger's words. But they were so accurate, and the only inconsistency and errors were hand-marked paper ballots. Explain why that is, or if it's not true, and why he said that.
Well, they did a machine audit, and they have some examples in that machine audit of some paper ballots that were overmarked, that were rejected. They also have some BMD printed ballots that were rejected as well because of the scanner had dirty scanner or whatever. But I don't know if, you know, why we can't do a hand count. I mean, the whole country of Taiwan, 24 million people, very technologically advanced country. They do one-day voting on paper ballots. They hand count at the precinct that day. And the reason they do that is they're worried about foreign influence in their elections. They're worried about China. But we've got a problem here in our elections in Georgia. We've got a foreign company that's provided the hardware. We've got there are chips in that hardware that are made in China, which is a national security risk. We have foreign programmers programming that software and updating it. And then, as we've highlighted before, we actually have on the tabulator tape, it references the Local Authority Election Act. That's what the the poll workers sign and certify that the tabulator tape is correct. Well, the Local Authority Election Act doesn't even exist in Georgia code. It's in Canadian code. And we asked Raffensperger about this, and Gabe Sterling, we were in their office on election on the opening day of the session, and Gabe Sterling says, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just a programming update. Well, I don't know about you, Brian, but on a legal document, words matter. The words you use matter. The commas and periods matter. That matters in a legal document, and that's the election results are on those certified tapes.
And the certified tapes have to be, when we say certified, they have to be signed. And when they're printed out of the machine, they have to be reconciled and signed. And when somebody signs that, whatever's on that document needs to be legally accurate. And that's just the bottom line. And that's not legally accurate. Raffensperger said one thing, and I'm late, but Raffensperger said one thing also, that we're in 7 years of a 10-year contract. And why spend this money when we just had a perfect election? These are his words, not mine, folks. And it's accurate, and we trust it. His words again. And we could be looking at new equipment. And some of the new technology, he said, is amazing out there. Why are you adamant on the paper ballots? And is there no such thing as new technology or technology you would accept? Because I was in a meeting not long ago where somebody looked at Garland Favorito and said, and we know that's voter GA, said, hey, Garland, is there not a machine out there we could trust? What say you?
Well, from our study, most of the major systems out there are tied to the same source code in many ways. And there's been a lot of research done into that. But I'm in technology. I'm an AI consultant. We have a company that we help with companies adopt AI, and that's on the horizon, bigger than anybody can imagine. It's the biggest change is that we're going to see in the last 25 years is with AI. And the reason why paper is so important is we're bringing it back to the people. It's transparent. If you start at the bottom up with a precinct level and you have paper ballots, you have your neighbors, your friends in your precinct that are actually counting the ballots in public view of everybody, you know and trust they're doing right. And if there is a fraud there, you're going to see it because you're going to do public viewing of that. And you certify it from the precinct, and then you send that to the county, and he or she certifies at the county level, and they send that to the state, and the Secretary of State is just supposed to certify at the state level that it's correct. So this is bringing sovereignty back to the people of having control of our elections, not using technology that we can't see into. I mean, ChatGPT is amazing technology, but most people don't understand how it works in the background. Some of the people that developed it don't even understand how it works. And so we've got to be careful about technology and how we use it, particularly in something that's so important as our vote. Our sovereignty and control of our destiny is in our vote. And if we can't control that and see that transparently, we don't have any sovereignty anymore. We've turned it over to the technologies. That's it.
Well, Field, you and I have had off-camera discussions on AI, and you've heard some of the segments I've done and some of the things that I've said concerning AI. And folks, I get it. I've heard the ditch Dominion. I've heard Dominion must go. I get that. And I don't want misunderstood. This is not so much right now today where we sit. This is not so much of me saying ditch Dominion. That deal's done. That machine's in there. That cost of taking them out and putting them out every time, Dominion's there. Okay. Mm-hmm. That's not really where I'm at, ditch Dominion. Where I'm at is things are moving so fast with AI, so fast. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We are losing human personal control on a daily basis. So the one thing we need to secure and control is our vote.
Absolutely.
And there's no reason. I like technology. I got 4 computers going. Okay, I've got phones going. I'm not opposed to technology. I see the pluses and the minuses. But when it comes to my vote, there's no reason we can't get a piece of paper. And you know who controls that vote? I do. Okay? I think we got to take the vote back. Give it to us. And I don't even like the word fear because I don't live in fear, but what I fear in general is the next step. Because, Field, they want to do testing on internet voting. That's already out there. That's already out there. They're testing internet.
And ranked choice voting, too. And that'd be even more complicated problem there to try to do a recount on something like that.
I looked right at 3 leaders in the Georgia State Legislature at the Capitol. I looked 3 of them in the eye and said, look, I'm not here to yell, throw a machine out the window. I'm not here to yell, ditch Dominion. I'm here to say the next generation of voting, AI, is moving so fast that we need to return our vote right now to us. And that's paper. That's where I'm at.
I agree.
See what I'm saying? All right,
sovereign
close
control
it up. Sovereign control. Close it up, Field. Where can we find you? What do you want to share with us that you guys got going on or anything like that? And I appreciate you staying over with me here.
Yeah, sure. Well, GeorgiansForTruth.org is our website. You can find some of our videos there and articles we post. You can also register to get on our email list. And if you want to donate to help one of our billboard campaigns, you can do it there. We've got 8 billboards in downtown and around Metro Atlanta on all the major interstates coming and going. So we're trying to make awareness to get people to contact their state rep and senator about this budget. And we do have a press conference coming up on February 24th. And the machines are one thing, but the other thing is the voting rolls. And so our focus on this next coming press conference is the voting rolls. And it's not a matter of just cleaning them up. We've got to get to the root cause of why they're being manipulated. And there's others that have been looking at this. We're going to have Dr. Jerome Corsi, who has a Dr. Andrew Paquette up in New York. They found the algorithm in several states, including Georgia, with the numbering of the voter IDs. And we'll also have the state director for United Sovereign Americans, Marley Hornick's organization. He's going to be here. Mike Nixon, a Georgia resident, he's going to be on the program as well. So we want people to join us. It's going to be at 1:00 on next Monday, the 24th, at the state capitol. And of course, we're on X.
You do know Brad Raffensperger said you can have those voter rolls for $500. So, that's another subject. Field, thank you very much. I got to get out. We're running about 15 minutes late. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I appreciate your guys' work, and I wish you well in your efforts, and let me know how I can help. All right, folks.
All right. Appreciate you.
We're running extremely late. It's extremely late. Diane, I apologize to you. I held you over. But thank you today for sticking around. The Georgia Hour. It's Friday. Happy Valentine's Day. Have a nice weekend. Be nice to others. All the above. Take us out of here.
Well, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Running a little late this morning, but I think Field Cersei had a lot of good information to share and the importance of securing our elections. So I'm just going to go through a couple of things, and then I'm going to play the full new press conference when RFK was sworn in. I think that was yesterday was a great day, so I think we should honor it and play the press conference in full. But first off, Brian talked a little bit about this in the show today. The EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin has uncovered a shocking $20 billion in tax-funded money laundering scheme orchestrated by the Biden administration. He's got a little video to go along with it, so let's take a listen to what he has to say.
This is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. One of my very top priorities at EPA is to be an excellent steward of your hard-earned tax dollars. There will be zero tolerance of any waste and abuse. An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before inauguration day. The gold bars were tax dollars, and tossing them off the Titanic meant the Biden administration knew they were wasting it. Following this revelation, during my meetings with members of Congress, I made a very important commitment to them and to the American people, which I reiterated at my confirmation hearing that if confirmed, I would immediately get a full accounting. Fortunately, my last team at EPA has found the gold bars. Shockingly, roughly $20 billion of your tax dollars were part of an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. The scheme was the first of its kind in EPA history, and it was purposely designed to obligate all of the money in a rush job with reduced oversight. Even further, this pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Just under $7 billion was sent to one entity called the Climate United Fund. I'm sure you and I now have some of the same questions. How do these organizations decide how to allocate funding? How much money have they given out so far and to whom? Are there any former Biden EPA staffers who are now working at these entities? Let me make one thing abundantly clear. At this point, there is zero reason to suspect any wrongdoing by the bank. Here's my position as EPA Administrator. The financial agent agreement with the bank needs to be instantly terminated, and the bank must immediately return all of the gold bars that the Biden administration tossed off the Titanic. EPA needs to reassume responsibility for all of these funds. We will review every penny that has gone out the door. I'll be referring this matter to the Inspector General's office, and we'll work with the Justice Department as well. The days of irresponsibly shoveling boatloads of cash to far-left activist groups in the name of environmental justice and climate equity are over. The American public deserves a more transparent and accountable government than what transpired these past 4 years. We take our obligations under the law as seriously as it gets. I've directed my team to find our gold bars, and they found them. Now we will get them back inside of control of government as we pursue next steps. As President Trump has vowed, we are going to usher in a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
So he found some gold bars, and I don't have full confidence that we'll get all that money back, but at least we have some people that are going to be held to accountable, and see some movement on that front. So emails reveal Biden's White House orchestrated Trump's document case from day one. So there's been some emails that have been released showing how it was all set up, which we knew. Excuse me. Fresh emails from the National Archives exposed a disturbing truth. The classified documents case against Trump wasn't a spontaneous investigation. It was a clearly orchestrated political operation directed from the White House months before the official story began. And we saw those staged pictures and everything. So this is from, I'm having a hard time seeing that, Gary Stern, I think is what it says. We cannot go to the DOJ while we are engaged in ongoing discussion with the White House and the Trump reps, which could help clarify, if not actually resolve the issue. So here's Stern, General Counsel for the National Archives. Call took place last week, which served to get Deputy White House Counsel Jonathan Stu up to speed on the issue and the dispute over whether there are 12 or 24 boxes. So they were trying to understand how many boxes went down. But the media wanted to tell you it was like enormous amount of boxes. So there's that. I suspect that we'll probably see a lot more information come out on this in the coming days. So here is the policy advisor for U.S. Department of Treasury. It's another O'Keefe video. And this is about the 23andMe and how it's sharing consumer data with pharmaceutical companies, including the Ministry of Defense in Russia. So let's take a listen to what he has to say. I think it's going to be enlightening. Here we go.
That's when 23andMe comes in, trying to figure out what all you are. I should do that.
You shouldn't do that, though. Do not give your information to them. They sell it to other people.
Do they sell it to Russia?
They sell it to everybody. There's a clause in their contract that basically says, like, we can give your information to our shareholders so that they can do something. And all of their shareholders are, like, pharmaceutical companies. But some of those pharmaceutical companies are companies based in other countries, and those pharmaceutical companies in other countries are like the property of like the Ministry of Defense of Russia, or like owned by China.
That's when 23andMe comes in, trying to figure out what all you are. I should do that.
You should.
So they not only do they have your regular name, phone number, email address, credit card information, but now they've got your DNA, and who you're related to, and that whole. So they've collected a lot of information on unsuspected Americans because we want to see who's all related to us or what nationality we have in our blood. So just beware of who you're giving your information to. I will share this, so if you wanted to see the whole thing, This one's not so long, but then they have some other ones. You can take a look at your leisure. So I'll go ahead and repost it now. So this is Michael Schellenberger. If you don't follow him, you should. He's pretty in tune with some things. So USAID said it was a charitable group. It wasn't. It was a tool for regime change. After 2016, it turned its guns inward. In 2019, it fabricated the evidence used by the CIA, moles in the White House, and House Democrats to impeach Trump. That's treason. So
the House of Representatives impeached President Donald Trump in December 2019 after a White House whistleblower went public with evidence that Trump had abused his powers by withholding military aid to Ukraine in order to dig up dirt on his rival Joe Biden. In the complaint, the whistleblower claimed to have heard from White House staff that Trump had, on a phone call, directed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to work with his personal attorney at the time, Rudy Giuliani, to investigate Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. The whistleblower who triggered the impeachment was a CIA analyst who was first brought into the White House by the Obama administration. Reporting by Dropsite News last year revealed that the CIA analyst had relied on reporting by a supposedly independent investigative news organization called the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, or the OCCRP, which appears to have effectively operated as an arm of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, which President Trump has just shut down. The CIA whistleblower complaint cited a long report by OCCRP 4 times. The OCCRP report alleged that 2 Soviet-born Florida businessmen were key hidden actors behind a plan by Trump to investigate the Bidens. Those 2 businessmen connected Giuliani to 2 former Ukrainian prosecutors, according to OCCRP. The OCCRP story was crucial to the House Democrats' impeachment claim, which is that Trump dispatched Giuliani as part of a coordinated effort to pressure a foreign country to interfere in the 2020 presidential election, which is why the whistleblower cited it 4 separate times. In a 2024 documentary that the German television broadcaster NDR made about OCCRP's dependence on the U.S. government, a USAID official confirmed that USAID approves OCCRP's annual work plan and approves of new hires of key personnel. The Dropsite journalistic collaboration revealed that OCCRP's original funding came from the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs of the United States State Department. And it quotes a USAID official who says,
Drew was just nervous about being linked with law enforcement. Yeah.
But why?
Well, because sources maybe, right? If people that are going to give you information think, oh, you're just an arm of, you're just a cop, right? I mean, maybe it's a problem. Or and other governments, say you're trying to get into a country and do something, and then the government says, "Oh, what are you, law enforcement or not?" Right? Like, there's a need that the separation, the independence is important, because if you lose that, you lose your sense of your it's a value. Your reputation is incredibly important.
OCCRP does not operate like a normal investigative journalism organization in that its goals appear to include interfering in foreign political matters, including foreign elections, that are aimed at regime change. Sullivan told NDR,
"We've probably been responsible for about 5 or 6 countries changing over from one government to another government. Because and getting and people, prime ministers indicted or thrown out."
As such, it appears that the CIA, USAID, and OCCRP were all involved in the impeachment of President Trump in ways similar to the regime change operations that all 3 organizations engage in abroad. The difference here is that it is highly illegal and even treasonous for CIA, USAID, and its contractors and intermediaries, often called cutouts, to interfere in U.S. politics in this way. OCCRP claims on its website that USAID's oversight of OCCRP is not what it appears to be. This represents a serious misunderstanding of a common procurement procedure, they write. This person or persons, referred to as the grant's key personnel, ensures that the money we get is spent appropriately and that the work gets done. This is not an editorial role, but a logistical one. But there is nothing in that agreement that suggests that USAID's approval of OCCRP's work plan and its senior staff are somehow unimportant to the editorial content produced by OCCRP. Indeed, USAID's Shannon McGuire emphasizes in the NDR documentary that USAID controls OCCRP through what is known as a substantial involvement clause.
What do they need to give you, and like kind of what are the things?
There's a substantial involvement clause in a cooperative agreement. So specifically for this cooperative agreement with OCCRP, it's things like reviewing and approving an annual work plan. There's key personnel. If OCCRP needs to change key personnel, for example, the chief of party, which is Drew Sullivan, then they submit a request with a resume, and we review it and say, okay, this we approve your nominee for a new chief of party or whoever it is listed in the key personnel.
Sullivan confirmed this.
She said that, and also in cooperative agreements, we know that it's common that you have a clause that USAID must sign off on key personnel. Could you walk us through that process? Like how do you do that?
Under cooperative agreements, which we don't like to take, that they have, a say on who the people are. But they can veto somebody.
But a second USAID official, Mike Henning, confirmed to the NDR filmmakers that USAID's approval is not just for logistical or administrative functions.
So it has some strings attached. A cooperative agreement has more strings attached, let's say, than a grant.
Samantha Power, then the head of USAID, said in November 2021 that OCCRP was a major partner of the U.S. government. Under its Strengthening Transparency and Accountability Through Investigative Reporting, or STARE program, USAID allocated $20 million to OCCRP to go from September 22nd to September 2027 to support investigative journalism in Europe and Eurasia. One of the reporters on the Giuliani story was based in Ukraine.
I mean, if you look at the Foreign Assistance Act, it says several times in there that the funds should be used to advance American foreign policy.
DropSite also found that in May 2024, the OCCRP wrote a report with the Royal United Services Institute paid for by the UK government. The RUSI has close links with the defense and security professions, noted DropSite. One of its senior vice presidents is General David Petraeus, a former director of the CIA. Elsewhere in the documentary, Sullivan described rerouting the original grant from the State Department's INL through USAID.
What they did is they got the money and then they turned it over to USAID.
Right, USAID administered it, but the money came from the State Department's Law Enforcement and Narcotics Division.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out if we should say accurately that the first money for OCCRP came from the U.S. government.
That may be accurate.
So I think that documentary would be an interesting documentary to watch. It was with NDR Films, or NDR was the publisher. Let me see if I can find it. NDR documentary. I have a feeling that it's the plot against the president. I can't be for certain. Maybe I can look it up and put it in I'll look it up and see if I can put it in the comment section of this video, because it's not popping up quickly for me. So that's going to take some investigation, but I think it might be like the plot against the president or something like that. I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't be for certain, but I'll find it and talk about it in a subsequent video possibly, or and put it in the description in this video as well, if I can find it. So the next one, we're going to go ahead and get into RFK. We're going to, like I said, I've got couple of snippets that he was on Fox News yesterday. It's good to see that says Secretary Kennedy. And then I'll finish up with his press conference. So here he is on Fox talking about the vaccine injury report system that he's going to implement. So let's take a listen.
System that actually works. In 2010, CDC has a surveillance system called the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. And it's supposed to pick up injuries. But CDC did a study of that system in 2010. And that study said, and this is a published study by CDC, that it captures less than 1% of the vaccine injuries. That's inexcusable. Congress has repeatedly, and the Institute of Medicine, the National Academy of Sciences, have repeatedly ordered CDC to put together a better vaccine.
Will you require it?
And we will do that right away.
There's rumors out there that as many as 50% of the employees of HHS will be cut in the restructuring of government that DOJ is helping President Trump carry out. And people are wringing their hands. Your response to that?
I don't know anything about 50% of people being cut. There's 90,000 employees.
Okay, so he's going to be making some changes really quick. And here he's talking about his staff. So let's take a listen.
And I'm interested in are moving away the people who have made really bad decisions. For example, on the nutrition guidelines, people who have, there's people at NIH that were involved in the amyloid plaque scandals that derailed Alzheimer's treatment for 20 years. It's all corruption. Those kind of people need to be moved.
Do you have a list of people that you already know need to be removed and quickly?
I have a list in my head, and we have a generic list of the kind of people that if you've been involved in good science, you got nothing to worry about. If you care about public health, you got nothing to worry about. If you're in there working for the pharmaceutical industry, then I'd say you should move out and work for the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, why not?
I'm interested in are moving away the people who have made really bad decisions. For example, on the nutrition guidelines, people who have, there's people at NIH that.
I think it replayed on me and I didn't catch it. So let's go ahead and watch this. I'm going to have to switch you over to a better screen so I can make it bigger.
Now, it's a big moment, actually. It's going to be a real honor for me to introduce Robert F. Kennedy Jr., take the oath of office and officially become our Secretary of Health and Human Services. Just as I promised last year, Bobby is going to lead a great national mission to make America healthy again, and he's going to do it. I think he's going to do things that will really make us very proud of this day. Like his father, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, and his uncle, President John F. Kennedy, Bobby has devoted much of his life to serving his fellow Americans in his campaign for president, and he was a very tough competitor. I did not like it at all. I said, let's get him on my side. But in his campaign for president in 2024, Bobby brought together a coalition of supporters across party lines, and he really worked very hard, and he had tremendous support, unbelievable support, and I think a lot of that support came my way when we decided to do a little merger, and it was really great, and it was very loyal, incredible people. They believe in him so strongly because he's a fierce advocate for the health of our children and for the values of free speech, democracy, and peace. And people are going to be very impressed, I have no doubt. I've known him a long time. He's been a friend of mine a long time. Perhaps most importantly, though, Bobby created a nationwide movement made up of millions and millions of mothers and fathers and young people and concerned citizens of every background who want to end and this horrible chronic disease crisis that exists in America. He's absolutely committed to getting dangerous chemicals out of our environment and out of our food supply and getting the American people the facts and the answers that we deserve. After years in which our public health system has squandered the trust of our citizens, and they really have. They don't trust us. They don't trust anybody, frankly. They've gone through hell. There's no better person to lead our campaign of historic reforms and restore faith in American health care. And Bobby's going to do it. The United States spends more money in health than any other country on earth, but we're growing sicker every year. We're not as healthy as countries that spend just a fraction of what we spend, so there's something wrong. He's going to figure it out. In recent decades, we've seen staggering increases in cancer rates across all age demographics, including more than 40% increase in childhood cancer since 1975. Who can believe that? And an explosion in other chronic childhood illnesses. Not long ago, 1 in 10,000 people, children, had autism. Now it's 1 in 36. Think of that. 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 in 36. Who can believe that? There's something wrong. There's something wrong. And I think it's something that can be found out. In 2022, more than 40% of children had at least one chronic health condition, and today nearly 80% of young adults do not qualify for military service, in large part for health reasons. Think of that, 80%. Something is wrong, and that's why immediately after Bobby is sworn in, I will be signing an executive order establishing the President's Commission to Make America Healthy Again. We have some great people on that commission. Chaired by our new secretary, this groundbreaking commission will be charged with investigating what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic illness, reporting its findings, and delivering an action plan to the American people. And it's going to be a plan that people are really waiting to hear. Bobby, I want to thank you. You've gone through a lot. It's taken great courage. You've been amazing, actually. I'd call him and say, "You're going to be okay." And he said, "I know, I really do." He's really been supported amazingly by Cheryl and his family. And it was very tough. It was a very nasty group of people that were after him, but he was tougher and he was smarter than they are. And that's why he's here today. There are very few people that could have withstood the assault, but he was able to. So I just want to congratulate you. And we have a very special person here to swear you in, a man that I think has done just, I think he's just an amazing man. As you know, his name happens to be Gorsuch, and he's a member of the Supreme Court in extremely good standing. He's highly respected by everybody. And I don't know, are you two friends or something? Or did this just happen to be the justice? Did this just happen to be the luck of the draw? What happened? I reached out to him. Did you reach out? Well, you reached out to a very good man. So please, if you would, thank you very much.
This has to be done first.
I'll do this first. Sorry. I'm going to make this a good one, right? Okay, it's good so far. Good. It's a 10.
Go in there. Get the kid in there. Go in there. Quickly, quickly.
Over here, please.
Would all the family like to join?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Please place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right.
I, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Secretary.
I want to begin by thanking President Trump for giving me this extraordinary opportunity. And I want to introduce my family and thank them for being here. My wife, Cheryl, my cousin, Anthony Shriver, my daughter, Kik, my other daughter, Kira, Catalina Shriver, Joey Shriver, Jackson Hines, and Amaryllis Kennedy. Oh, and I want to thank all of you for your support and throughout this whole 2.5-year journey. My first time in this Oval Office was in 1961, and I came here to meet or 1962. I came here and I had a meeting with my uncle, who was president then, where we talked about the environment. He was involved deeply, as we all know, in restoring physical fitness in this country. He challenged at one point during his administration, he challenged Americans to do a 50-mile walk, which I ultimately did. But I remember the day that my father completed his walk. We were staying up at Camp David. And my father came in after 18 hours walking on the C&O towpath with his feet bleeding and blisters on them. My father had one of his best friends was Al Lowenstein. And Al Lowenstein ultimately was a congressman from New York who was assassinated himself in 1980. But Al Lowenstein had started the Dump Johnson movement to get rid of President Johnson and end the Vietnam War. And at the time that he started it, people just thought it was a fool's errand. And ultimately, he asked my father to run for president against Johnson. My father wouldn't do it at that time, and he asked Gene McCarthy. McCarthy did it, and he joined that campaign. And my father ultimately ran, and Johnson then dropped out. So Al Lowenstein succeeded. And although Al Lowenstein was on the other side now, running against my father with Gene McCarthy, my father wrote him a note, a quote from Emerson, where he said, "If a single man plant himself firmly on his own ideal and there abide, the whole wide world will come round to him." For 20 years, I've gotten up every morning on my knees and prayed that God would put me in a position where I can end the childhood chronic disease epidemic in this country. On August 23rd of last year, God sent me President Trump. And he gave me he's now given me, he's kept every promise that he's made to me. He's kept his word in every account and gone way beyond it. I'm so grateful to you, Mr. President. A lot of people told me that I couldn't trust President Trump, that I better get it in writing. And we did a handshake, and everything that he told me he was going to do, he has done. And I'm so grateful to him, and I've told you before, I genuinely believe that you are a pivotal historical figure, that you are going to transform this country at a time when we see all of the indicia of democracy now in tatters in our country. We see the rise of the military-industrial complex, the rise of totalitarianism, these attacks on our Constitution, and this breathtaking epidemic that is disabling our people. President Trump has promised to restore the American dream in this country. A healthy person has 1,000 dreams. A sick person only has one. 60% of our population has only one dream, that they get better. President Trump has promised that he's going to restore America's strength. But we can't be a strong nation if we have a weak citizenry. If people are sick, 60% of our people are sick, 77%, as President Trump mentioned, of our children cannot qualify for military service. And we need a man on a white horse now. We need somebody who is willing to come in and has the spine and the guts and the strength to challenge orthodoxies, to stand in the way of vested interests, and to break institutions that have turned against our democracy. President Trump has shown again and again that he is that hero. And most recently, I greatly appreciate it, and I called you the day that you announced the termination of USAID. My uncle started USAID in 1961 for humanitarian purposes, to put our country on the side of the poor. It has been captured by the military-industrial complex. It has become a sinister propagator of totalitarianism and war across the globe. And very few people understand how sinister this agency really is. And President Trump saw that, and he stood up to it with a masterstroke. And we want to do the same thing with the institutions that are stealing the health of our children. We need a revolutionary figure, and you are that figure, and I'm very grateful for you for giving me this opportunity. I want to recognize some of the allies that I've had in this battle for a long time: Senator Rand Paul, Senator Ron Johnson, Senator Roger Marshall, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Buddy Carter, who've all been champions of the MAHA agenda before I even came along. And I'm very grateful for you for standing strong. Thank you very much, President Trump.
Mr. Secretary, if I could ask, what plans do you have immediately at HHS now that you're sworn in, sir?
He's going to be running it. He's going to do a great job.
What would you like
That's
to see
my
to do
plan.
first,
Well,
Mr.
he's going to
President?
find out a lot of secrets that have been maybe kept from us, but he's going to come up with some solutions to some big problems, health problems, and I think he's going to go down in the record books. I really have confidence. This group has great, even Rand has confidence, and that doesn't happen often. Good luck.
If I could ask you, Mr. Secretary, do you plan to fire anyone immediately, or what are your plans on day one, which I guess is today?
Our plans are radical transparency and returning gold standard science to NIH, to FDA, and CDC, to ending the corruption, ending the corporate capture of those agencies, getting rid of the people on those panels that have conflicts of interest, so we can do unadored and unimpeded science rather than the kind of product that is coming out of those agencies today.
Mr. Secretary, may I ask, how do you address concerns that some Americans may have about your stance on vaccines?
When people actually hear what I think about vaccines, which is common sense, which is vaccines should be tested, they should be safe, everybody should have informed consent, People are reacting because they hear things about me that aren't true. They hear characterizations of things that I've said that are simply not true. When they hear what I have to say, actually, about vaccines, everybody supports it.
All right. Mr. Kennedy, Kara Kashinova from Lindell TV. What's your message to Democrats in the Senate that fought so hard to keep you from taking this position? And congratulations, by the way.
President Trump has promised to be the president for all Americans, and he has said to me that he understands that there's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. All of our children need to be protected. And whether you're in a blue state or red state, I'm going to do everything I can to work with you, whether you're Democrat or Republican, to restore child's health in this country.
Mr. Secretary.
Great job. Great job. Thank you all very much.